upon not only to condemn, but to create a path forward. A path that offers a future with dignity, security, and sovereignty for the people from Palestine. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we are not merely witnessing a distant conflict, we are bearing witness to a humanitarian catastrophe. A catastrophe that is a test of our collective humanity. First and foremost, we must demand immediate humanitarian relief, access to medical aid, clean water, food, and shelter. These could never be a privilege or a bargaining chip. International humanitarian organizations must be allowed unrestricted access to conflict zones, ensuring that civilians receive the support they desperately need. But aid alone is not enough. We must push for an end to all forms of occupation, and we must advocate for a political solution that honors the Palestinian people's right to sovereignty, security, and self-determination. The international community has a responsibility not only to condemn, but to act decisively. Without such action, the Netanyahu war machine will continue unchecked and push for a regional crisis. The power to create meaningful change lies within the tools of diplomacy and sanction, but these must be applied with purpose and resolve. Dear distinguished guests, this erosion of global governance threatens not only Palestine, but every nation that relies on these institutions to advocate for justice. On July 19, the International Court of Justice issued an advisory opinion clearly outlining that unlawfulness of Israel's occupation of Palestinian territory. Following the United Nations General Assembly passed a resolution on September 18, urging Israel to comply with international law. These are not simply requests. They are demands grounded in international law and universal principles of justice. Recognition of the state of Palestine is vital in advancing this cause, and we applaud recent steps taken by countries such as Spain, Norway, Ireland, and Slovenia in recognizing the Palestinian sovereignty. Thank you again for that. I think this is a beacon of hope, showing that justice can and must prevail. As a global citizen, it is also our duty to counter narratives that divide us. We cannot allow stereotypes, prejudice, or provide misinformation to fracture our resolve. Just as we oppose targeting Muslims slowly because of their beliefs, we also oppose anti-Semitism in the same way. Through history, we as Turkey have opened our arms to Jewish communities that were wrongfully persecuted due to their beliefs and culture. We provided shelter to the Sephardic Jewish community in the late 1400s. And we did the same for the Jewish community fleeing from the Holocaust. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, political parties are the heart of maintaining democracy. And today is a realization of this democracy. We, as AK Party, are proud to host this global event with participants from all around the world. Our aim is to understand and bring hope to all the innocent lives affected in the ongoing genocide. Let us leave here today not only our hearts heavy with grief, but with a renewed sense of purpose. I hope each and every one of you enjoy this event, and this can bring us closer to providing hope, justice, and peace to the people of Palestine. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Sarıkaya, for those significant remarks. And now I'd like to invite the Deputy Chairman of AK Party and the Head of the Human Rights Department, Professor Dr. Hasan Basri Yalçın, to the stage to deliver his speech.
Distinguished Sayın Dışişleri Bakanları, değerli katılımcılar ve misafirler. Bugün sizleri Filistin'in Geleceği Konferansı'na katılımınızdan dolayı Today we come together in a spirit of collaboration, dialogue and shared commitment to a cause that resonates deeply with each one of us, the quest for peace, justice, and a prosperous future for the Palestinian people. As we gather here, we are reminded of the weight of the responsibility we carry. The future of Palestine is not merely a subject for academic discussion or diplomatic engagement. It is a matter that touches the lives of millions, affects generations, and challenges the conscience of international community. This conference is not just an event, but a platform where diverse perspectives converge, where ideas are exchanged, and where strategies can be crafted to address the complex challenges facing Palestine. It is our collective effort to reaffirm the rights of the Palestinian people and to advocate for a future characterized by dignity and a lasting peace. We are privileged to have gathered an esteemed assembly of diplomats, scholars, policymakers, and activists who have come from different corners of the world. Your presence here reflects a shared commitment to the cause of Palestine, and your contributions will undoubtedly enrich the discussions we are about to have. I would like to extend a special welcome to our distinguished panelists, who bring a wealth of experience and insight. We eagerly look forward to hearing your thoughts and recommendations throughout our sessions. The theme of this conference compels us to confront the realities of the present while envisioning the possibilities of the future. The panel discussions are structured to explore the roles of governments, parliaments, and international institutions in shaping the path forward. We hope that by examining the roles, we can gain a clearer understanding of the diplomatic, legislative, and humanitarian approach that can derive meaningful progress. As we reflect on our current international politics, it is impossible to overlook the failures of the liberal international order to address the pressing issues in Palestine and Gaza. While the principles of human rights, democracy, and international law are set to form the foundations of this order, the reality reveals, unfortunately, a stark contrast. For decades, the so-called liberal international order has failed to take adequate action to protect the rights of Palestinians and to uphold justice in the face of systemic violations. The ongoing situation in Gaza, where human suffering continues unabated, exposes the inconsistencies and shortcomings of this order's commitment to justice and peace. The international community must recognize these flaws and work towards a more equitable global system that genuinely prioritizes the rights and dignity of all people. The current human rights regime in the world is neither able to prevent massacres nor punish the perpetrators. The period we are going through is heading toward an era of global turmoil and disorder. If necessary measures are not taken, we are unfortunately facing a time in which all values, including human dignity and international law, are being hollowed out, and there is a wholesale attack on all principles and values. Unfortunately, no international institution has made sufficient efforts to stop this inhumane situation in Gaza. And some Western states, which never miss a chance to speak about human rights, have regrettably not even shown the courage to condemn Israel. Even today, the international community remains far from taking the necessary steps or enforcing international law. International cooperation, international law, and human rights are certainly admirable ideals. However, when you cannot enforce them, when you cannot ensure that all actors abide by them, these concepts become nothing more than hollow cliches. Let us not underestimate the importance of our gathering today. In an era marked by political complexities and global uncertainties, it is vital to reaffirm our shared principles and reinvigorate our efforts towards achieving a just solution for Palestine. The world is watching, and the voices of those who suffer under occupation and conflict echo in our conscience. As such, this conference serves not only as a forum for discussion, but as a call to action. Our deliberations must transcend rhetoric and translate into tangible outcomes that can make a difference on ground. In closing, I wish to thank all of you for your participation and dedication. Your engagement today is a testament to your commitment to justice and peace. Let us take this opportunity to build bridges of understanding, foster a spirit of constructive dialogue, and emerge from this conference with a renewed sense of purpose. I wish you all a fruitful, successful discussion, one that inspires and motivates us to continue working towards a brighter future for Palestine. May our discussions today pave the way for actions that will bring us together closer to aspirations of Palestinian people for freedom, peace, and prosperity. Thank you.
Professor Yalcin there highlighting the plight of the Palestinians. Thank you so much for your remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd now like to introduce our first panel of the day, titled Global Diplomacy and the Future of Palestine. We'll listen to a discussion on the role of the international community and the role that it has played so far through diplomatic efforts in bringing an end to Israel's decades-long occupation of the Palestinian people. I'd like to invite this session's moderator to the stage, the former Vice President of Turkey and the Chairman of the Committee on Foreign Affairs of the Turkish Grand National Assembly, Mr. Fuat Oktay. Hoş geldiniz efendim. And joining Mr. Oktay in this panel discussion is the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Jordan, His Excellency, Mr. Ayman al-Safadi, and of course, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Turkey, His Excellency, Mr. Hakan Fidan. Welcome. Mr. Oktay, the floor is yours.
Distinguished delegates, Your Excellencies, distinguished audience, distinguished guests, good morning and a very warm welcome to you all. Great to have you all here and thank you very much for the participation. Before we start our panel, I would like to extend my appreciation to AK Party again, and especially to its organizers, to Deputy Chairs, Mr. Sirakaya and Mr. Yalchin, for this timely conference. I am sure that this event will bring an important contribution to the discussions on the future of the Palestine and the diplomacy. In this session, we will have the privilege of having two distinguished foreign ministers. His Excellency Ayman El-Safadi, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Jordan. Foreign Affairs and also the expatriates of the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan, and His Excellency Hakan Fidan, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Turkey. As we all know, Jordan and Turkey are the two very important countries with regards to Palestine. Our two countries share a common history and culture, and indeed a common values with the Palestinian people. And our two panelists are the highest caliber in expertise on the subject matter. Although there is not much need, if you don't mind, I will nevertheless like to briefly introduce them. His Excellency Ayman El-Safadi, coming from a journalist background, has served in many important positions. These positions include member of Senate, advisor to the King, Minister of State, and Deputy Minister of State and Deputy Prime Minister. His Excellency was appointed as Minister of Foreign Affairs in 2017. His Excellency Hakan Fidan, coming from a military background, is currently serving as the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Turkey since June 2023. His Excellency has previously served as Director of the National Intelligence Organization of Turkey and the Director of Turkish Cooperation and Coordination Agency, TİKA, as well as the Deputy Undersecretary of the Prime Ministry. I would like to thank them both for being able to participate to the panel in spite of their very busy schedules. Honorable guests, various governments in Israel have used policies of confiscation, segregation, isolation, deprivation, and extermination against the Palestinian people. Indeed, most people think that or would like to somehow prove that it's a one-year problem. It is not a one-year problem, and the entire world knows it. Just want to show those 4 slides indeed. If you look at the first slide to your most right hand, you'll see a very brief history. Since we will be talking about the future of the Palestine, it's necessary just to remember a couple of points, just to recall a couple of points from a couple of milestones maybe from the past, from the history, just before talking about the present and the future. If you look at the first slide on your, to your most left hand, through the end of the Ottoman Empire, indeed, you see the Zionism's emergence in Europe in late 1880s. And the whole thing starts with the Balfour Declaration in 1917, more than a century ago. And British mandate for Palestine continues the efforts indeed in between 1922 and 47. In 48, Israel was established. And then you'll see the first Arab-Israeli war and Nakba for Palestinians in 48 and 49. Again, Six-Day War in 67. In 73, Yom Kippur War. In 82, Lebanon War. In 87, First Intifada. In 2000, Second Intifada. You'll see the US recognition of Jerusalem as Israel's capital in 2017. And then the Abraham Accords. Then comes the invasion of Gaza in 2023 and invasion of Lebanon in 2024. So this is a continuous struggle indeed, and this is a continuous invasion of Palestine. If you look at the second slide, again, you'll see many different maps on in many different places, but the entire place, the entire land did belong to Palestinians indeed, as the historic Palestine, if you look at the first part. In the second part, with the UN partition plan in 1947, almost you'll see the intent of getting more than 50% of the Palestinian, more than 55% of the Palestinian lands and giving it to the Israelis indeed. So in 67, you'll see even like only 22% left of the 100% of the entire land. In 2020, nearly 15%. The rest was invaded by Israel. Just after 4 years, as of today, does anybody know where the borders of Israel or where the borders of Palestine or Gaza or West Bank, where those borders are? Indeed, even there is a worse, if you look at the third one, there's a worse scenario of the promised land which threatens the entire neighboring countries indeed, including Jordan and Turkey as well indeed. And you'll see where this war is going on. Again, the last one, if we look at the infrastructure, if you look at the Palestine as a whole, from a holistic approach, you'll see at the end, I just put it there, just you can see the figures better. By March 4, mostly 70 to 80% of the entire infrastructure was destroyed. And now, by now, either it's totally destroyed or more than 90% of the entire Palestine has been destroyed. So this is what we have been talking about indeed. It's not a one-year war. The only, from time to time, at every time, the reasoning changes, the reasoning of the wars or the conflicts, but the results remains the same. Invading more lands and providing more suffering for the Palestinians. As a result, Palestinian people have lost, after all of these conflicts or wars, they have lost their lives, their lands, they've become refugees or internally displaced people, and they have been forced to live under unacceptable conditions of containment without a hope for the future. We have now reached a climax in this tragedy. During the past 1 year, nearly 50,000 Palestinians, mostly women and children, have been killed, and some 2 million Palestinians have been displaced and are forced to live in unbearable conditions in Gaza. Furthermore, the attacks on the Palestinians in the West Bank have also increased, and the situation in the West Bank, which was already unacceptable, has further deteriorated. Distinguished panelists, before going into our tours of discussion Now I would like to invite you to make your opening remarks and especially dwell on your assessment of the situation on the ground and your projections for the future of conflict, and also what you'll see as the Israeli government's or Netanyahu's final aim or goal within all these conflicts going on, and his related strategies. Please, the floor is yours.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Good morning to you all, and let me just start by thanking you, sir, thanking my dear brother Hakan for including me in this very, very important event. And before I address the subject matter, I'd just like to emphasize how strong Jordan-Turkish relations are. They're historic, they're brotherly, and we continue to work together in a very coordinated manner to end the catastrophe that Israel has brought on the region. Sir, I think you alluded to most of the points that need to be raised here, but let me start by the title of this conference, The Future of Palestine. And I'd like to say that the future of Palestine must be one of freedom, independence, sovereignty, statehood. No matter how many Palestinians Israel kills, no matter how many settlements it builds, no matter how many lands it confiscates, how many homes it demolishes, simply because if the Palestinians do not have their right to freedom, statehood on their national soil, the region will never enjoy the peace that it deserves. There can be no security in the region, and no peace in the region, and no stability in the region unless the Palestinians have their legitimate rights to self-determination fulfilled. Now, long before October 7, the Israeli government has been acting on the assumption and the fallacy that can jump over the Palestinian issue, parachute over it to have regional peace. It believed that it can reduce to the Palestinian issue to an issue of jobs and livelihood, ignoring that these are people who want their freedom, who want their state, who want their independence, who want their dignity. Gaza, painfully, bloodily, has proven that this is a false assumption, that the only path to regional peace, lasting peace, is a just peace that people will accept and will embrace. And the only way people will accept whatever formula that's put on the ground is one that fulfills the rights of the Palestinian people to statehood, so that a Palestinian state, independent and sovereign, on the lines of 1967, with occupied Jerusalem as capital, to live side by side Israel in peace and security on the basis of the two-state solution. This is the solution that has the support of the majority, if not all, the international community. We in the Arab and Muslim world know what we want. We want a just and lasting peace on the basis of the two-state solution. The question is, what does Israel want? For the past year, it has spoken of nothing but war, destruction, started in Gaza, continuing on the West Bank, and now invading Lebanon. The Israeli Prime Minister came to the UN General Assembly. He spoke for half an hour. He did not mention the word peace once. All he spoke of is that we're going to continue to kill, we're going to continue to destroy, we're going to continue to employ war as means of addressing the challenges that our region faces. And this is the reality that the world needs to recognize. These are the facts that the world needs to see. Since October 7, Israel has destroyed Gaza. And in addition to the war on Gaza, there's another war taking place in the West Bank, where we see, again, the Israeli occupation authorities targeting Palestinians' livelihoods in every way possible. Even before October 7, Israel killed more Palestinians on the West Bank than in the last 10 years. Even before October 7, Israel built more settlements than an Israeli government has done in years. Israel confiscated more land than an Israeli government did in years. And there was clear pronouncements by the Israeli government, by Israeli Prime Minister himself, that he will never allow the Palestinians to exercise their right to self-determination. And since then, we've seen the Israeli Knesset adopting a resolution saying it will never allow the Palestinians to enjoy their freedom on their ancestral homeland. This is the challenge, and this is the root cause of all problems of the region. Occupation is the biggest evil. It is the root cause of occupation in the region, and that is the reality that unless the world faces, our region will continue to fall deeper into the abyss of war. In the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan, we have been unequivocal that we want a just and lasting peace, but again, that peace cannot be realized unless the occupation ends and the Palestinians have their right to freedom and statehood fulfilled. Now, right now, we have priorities. Our first priority is to end the aggression on Gaza, because the more this aggression continues, the more death, the more suffering, the more killing of the prospects for peace. Then we also have to make sure that Gazans have the right to food, water, medicine fulfilled. Israel is using starvation as a method of war. This is a war crime. And I'm sure you're all watching the news. Since 30 September, not a single truck of aid has entered northern Gaza at the time that Israel continues to burn shelters, destroy schools and hospitals, obviously for the objective of emptying that part of Gaza from its people. This is ethnic cleansing, and this is a war crime. And even though countries all over are urging Israel to end the siege, to stop the war, the Israeli government is not listening simply because it thinks it can do what it wants without consequences. The truth is, the international community has provided Israel with impunity, and this impunity is what enabling it to continue with its wars and destructions. And despite the military gains that Israel has made, one fact needs to be realized, is that Israel has suffered a strategic loss. It has lost the legal battle, it has lost the political battle, and this government in Israel, the most radical, a government in which it has a minister who was a member of an organization that the United States itself has labeled as a terrorist organization. This government has turned Israel into a pariah state. It has killed the belief in peace. We've lost generations who no longer believe that peace with Israel is possible. And unless there is peace, Israel will never have security. Wars will never guarantee security. Denying the Palestinians their rights will never guarantee the security. Israel will never have security unless the Palestinians have their security too. So these are the parameters. This is the prism through which the whole world needs to see the conflict. Unfortunately, double standards is a reality, and peoples in our part of the world are asking one simple question. Is the blood of Palestinians, of Arabs and Muslims less worthy than the blood of others? This is a question that His Majesty King Abdullah has raised in many times over. And unfortunately, the answer that we're getting in terms of practical response to Israel's war crimes is something that is confirming that double standards are the defining issue in terms of how Israel and its war crimes are being looked at. I'll stop here, and I'll look forward to engaging all of you. But again, before I close, I want to really thank you for this opportunity. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for those valuable opening remarks. Mr. Fidan, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you very much to the leadership of AK Party for hosting this timely meeting. And I also would like to thank to my dear friend Ayman Al-Safadi to come in here and being with us today. And I'd like to thank all the international guests and domestic guests here today for being with us. Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, as you have rightly pointed out during your opening speech, and what you have shown us, again, is a manifestation of the tragedy that we are facing today. Actually, this tragedy is not a new thing. It's been happening before our eyes for the last 70 years. But unfortunately, the international community, starting with ourselves, the Muslim community, Arab community, has been useless, powerless, and hopeless in stopping this ongoing tragedy. For the last 70 years, we've been subjected to humiliation and degradation and suffering because of Palestinian issue. But especially for the last 1 year, this tragedy has taken a new form, a completely new form, that nobody has even dreamed of it during the worst nightmare. This is a genocide. A genocide is taking place before our eyes, and international community is useless and helpless in stopping it. 42,000 people, mostly women and children, have been murdered, killed, intentionally and systematically. Some used to say that these people are collateral damage. No, they cannot be downsized to a war terminology. They are human beings. They've been intentionally and purposefully targeted by Israeli military. I don't know if any of you has ever noticed in the beginning, some military analysts say, look, I mean, so many women and children and innocent people died because the target development is being made by AI. So whatever AI has told us, we hit. It's not us, it's the machine. It's killing. This is the best excuse that they are bringing to the table. I think, again, I mean, this is another disrespect to the values of humanity. I will straight come to the essentials of the Palestinian issue that we are facing today. Because much has been said about it, and too little is being done about Palestinian issue. First, as I said, a genocide is taking place. We need to highlight this. This is a core issue that we shouldn't forget. This is the core fact that we have to take our actions according to this fact. The second thing is, the bigger tragedy that than the genocide is taking place is the position of the international community. International community and international system collapsed, and this is a proven test that we've seen for the last 1 year because of the Palestinian cause. What's happening in Gaza is a living testimony to the fact that international system has been designed and has been used and abused to the privilege of a few. As you said, as you know, I mean, our president famously said, the world is bigger than 5, always. This is a core problem within the international system that we need to address and we need to fix. But until it is being fixed, we will see, I am afraid, similar problems that are taking place in Gaza now. We see hundreds of thousands of people are being dying in Ukraine. We see thousands of people are dying in Africa and elsewhere. Thousands of people are starving all over the world because international system is using preferences according to the strategic priorities of few nations. That has to stop. Coming back to Palestine, as I said, a genocide is taking place, an international system is intentionally not stopping it. It doesn't mean that the people, mostly in the West, is agreeing with what's happening. We have a lot of friends in the Western countries, in the United States, in Europe. We know that they are not happy with what's happening and they want to stop it, but because of the fact that international system is designed in a way that cannot stop a Zionist genocide taking place in Palestine, they are also looking helpless. But they are not complicit. They cry out, they do their best, and in fact, in the last couple of months, we've seen a few other European countries coming forward and recognizing the Palestinian state, starting from Spain, Slovenia, Ireland, Norway. Those countries are really noble countries for what they are doing. I think the solution to this, right from the beginning, we've been saying, is a two-state solution. Two-state solution is essential for the security of Palestinians and for the security of Israelis. Whatever is asked for the Israeli people in the region should also be provided to the Palestinian people. And we need, together with our friends, the contact group, and starting from my dear brother Ayman, for the last one year, we've been rallying about a two-state solution. As you know, Netanyahu has successfully implemented a strategy for the last 20 years that made two-state solution forgotten, even in the region. When genocide started taking place in Gaza, starting from Turkey, because we saw the first Gaza war, the second Gaza war, now we are having the third one. If there is no two-state solution, permanent solution, we will have fourth one, fifth one in different form. Not only with the engagement of Palestinians and the Israelis, but you may see other nations are joining the fight. And this is going to be a regional and global crisis in a bigger terms. In order to stop it, the most fair and just way of addressing this issue is a two-state solution. And we highlighted this. But unfortunately, Netanyahu government, for a long time, has disguised their real intention of not granting a state to the Palestinians by presenting the current situation in reality as the problem of security of Israel. Well, we've been telling them, if you want a real security for Israel and Israeli people for the future generations, you've got to have a two-state solution as the only solution. If Palestinians have their own country, land, freedom, dignity, why would they need to fight? Why would they need to repel against the occupying forces? So we invite all the international community to own the state solution, two-state solution, and to push for the two-state solution and to do their best. Right now, thanks to our friends and the members of the international community, more than 150 members of 150 countries of the United Nations, they have adopted a decision of recognition of Palestinian state and making Palestinian representative at United Nations, sitting in the hall with other representatives of the world. This is a historical success. Now, two-state solution is adopted by the international community as the only way forward to the Palestinian crisis. The second stage is that what we need to do is we need to be able to come together to put our forces to push this policy into the implementation. Well, I think it is enough for the beginning. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the valuable, again, points. We will be getting into the details of those remarks indeed you have made. We'll be having 4 rounds of discussions right now, followed by the questions from the audience, from yourselves. So we'll start with our first round. Again, in order to talk about the future of Palestine, as you have both mentioned, we have to put an end to the Israeli aggression and to the war going on, to the atrocities going on at the field side indeed. A genocide is going on and it has to be stopped. We must establish an immediate and lasting ceasefire and start the flow of sustainable humanitarian assistance to Gaza, again, as you have both mentioned. However, Israel has been able to attain unconditional support from important Western countries, such as the United States and others indeed, and some other major European countries especially, pursuing Israel's policies of aggression. The question is, how can the diplomacy at the bilateral, regional, and global levels be used to convince these countries to stop their support, their unconditional support, especially for Israel? Furthermore, what type of instruments, whether they are the sanctions, either economic or trade sanctions or arms embargoes or anything else, can be utilized against Israel? What can Jordan and Turkey do? How can international organizations such as the OIC and the Arab League contribute? Especially to Minister Safadi, I'll be pleased if you elaborate further on what will be Jordanian position if Israel annexes Al-Aqsa and West Bank and displaces people from West Bank again. We might start with yourself, please.
Thank you, sir. Let me start by your last question. His Majesty was unequivocal at the UN before and after and since. Jordan will never allow the displacement of Palestinians on the occupied West Bank to Jordan. We will see any attempt to do so as a declaration of war on Jordan, and we will defend our country. That is the unequivocal answer that I'm giving to all of you. Number 2, I'm glad you mentioned the West Bank, sir, because what is happening in the West Bank is not getting the attention that it deserves. There is another war against Palestinians in the West Bank, against their lives, against their territory, against their homes, and against the holy sites. And as you know, His Majesty the King, as the custodian of the Muslim and Christian holy sites in Jerusalem, this is a very important responsibility which we take very, very seriously, and His Majesty is dedicating all the resources and all the abilities of Jordan to protect the holy sites and to stop Israel from its designs to alter the historic Arab, Muslim, Christian identity of the holy sites. The West Bank is boiling, and we've been warning that if the West Bank erupts into violence, if Israel in any major way, through its policies, inflame the holy sites, then we will be talking about a real regional war that is even bigger than the regional war that we are seeing now, and the consequences of that will affect everybody. So unequivocally, the holy sites must be protected, the historical and legal status quo must be upheld, and the whole world should know that allowing Israel to inflame the West Bank is allowing Israel to inflame the whole region, because we know the special status of the holy sites, not just for Jordan, but for all Arabs and Muslims. This is a red line that Israel should not cross, and if it crosses, then all options are on the table. That is for that. In terms of the international reaction, let's say it clearly. The international community not just failed to protect the innocent lives of Palestinians, it failed to protect its own international law. It failed to protect its own human values. undermining thus the credibility of international law. I mean, there are lots of young boys and girls here, men and women here. Ask them, do they still believe that international law applies to all, regardless of color, power, faith, nationality? A whole generation in our region just simply does not believe in the credibility of the international law. And this is a danger with which the whole world is going to live, because that undermines the foundation of the multilateral system that has kept our world glued together for decades. And if not for the sake of international law, and if not for the sake of our human values, then for the sake of their own interests, our friends in the West must really act, because the growing perception in the region is that this is a North-West war. Israel is hurting them. Israel is undermining their standing in the region, because people look at the inability of the international community, indeed the failure to end the aggression and protect Palestinians. And then they come to the conclusion that international law is being applied selectively. And even away from the political argument, let's go to the legal argument. Israel has documentedly committed and is still committing war crimes in Gaza, on the West Bank, and in Lebanon. And if you allow a country this kind of impunity, if you continue to place it above the law, then law will have no resonance. My dear brother Hakan mentioned the issue of Ukraine. Why is international law applicable to Ukraine and not applicable to Gaza and Lebanon? Some were arguing that it's not the same because Gaza is not a state, even though we disagree with that and we believe this argument has no legal standing. Gaza is an occupied territory per international law. Lebanon is a sovereign state. And Israel is violating the sovereignty of Lebanon. So why are we not even seeing the action that is needed to stop Israel from not just destroying Lebanon and killing innocent people, but dragging the whole region into the abyss of regional war? So these are questions that are relevant, that are legitimate, that are logical, and unfortunately the answers that we have is something that is consolidating the belief that international law is applied selectively and in accordance with religion, race, power, and all of that. But we, in the Arab Muslim world, will continue to do everything we possibly can, using every recourse possible to expose the true nature of what Israel is doing, to expose the true intentions behind the wars that Israel is launching. How is it self-defense to those who still use this argument, and many lists are using this argument now? How is it self-defense to kill 50,000 Palestinians in Gaza? How is it self-defense to bomb a cafe on the West Bank? How is it self-defense to kill hundreds of people, innocent people in Lebanon? And where is the threat? The only threat to Israel and to the whole region is occupation, is the continued denial of the rights of the Palestinian people. This is the only threat, because as my dear brother Hakan has said, we have been very unequivocal that we want just peace, and just peace will include collective mechanisms to guarantee the security of all in the region, including the security of Israel. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Safadi. Hakan Bey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to also thank to my dear brother Ayman for his frank and clear answer to the scenario where the West Bank is annexed. Well, thank you very much for the answer. Coming back to question, what are the limits of diplomacy and what can we do through diplomacy to really stop this tragedy? Well, I'd like to tell you a brief moment of what we lived together 11 months ago. Then you can make a comparison between how the things in the beginning and how the things are now in terms of diplomatic position of and diplomatic definition of the problem. When you look at the world stage now, almost every country except for few have agreed on three things. a ceasefire in Gaza, immediate humanitarian aid and access to Gazan people, and two-state solution. This has become a universally accepted set of solutions to the ongoing genocide in Gaza now. The problem for us now, how to implement it, how to enforce it. But it was not easy to reach this position, to get all the nations to accept these three facts by universally. 1 month or 3 weeks right after the war started in Gaza, there was a first regional summit hosted in Cairo, you remember. And it was attended by the leaders from the region, from Europe, from elsewhere. And I remember very vividly, even today, we were always 20 ministers in one room and trying to reach a final communique of the summit. We couldn't get European countries accept the word ceasefire. Nobody accepted to put the word ceasefire. I'm not even talking about the two-state solution and the other things. This is where we started, the first month of the war. We are talking about the diplomatic history of this last 1 year. This is where we started. We couldn't get, I don't want to name any of my colleagues, the countries, but Ayman here, as a witness, we were there and we worked very hard. We couldn't get even one word. So we couldn't have a final joint communique calling for a ceasefire. So today, now everybody is calling for a ceasefire. Everybody is seeing that humanitarian assistance is urgently needed, and everybody is agreeing that a two-state solution is the only way to have a permanent solution to this crisis for the future of both Israelis and the Palestinians. But this has taken too much hard work and too much dedication and coordination, collaboration between friends and trust. I remember, again, the first OIC emergency meeting convened. At night, we were working very hard what to do, how we move forward from here. So we suggested all together, look, as the countries of the region and the wider Muslim communities, OIC and Arab League should really show the real ownership of the problem. So we need to create a contact group representing the OIC and Arab League, then start working immediately. What we have done together in one last year really help mobilize international community towards certain diplomatic objectives. Alhamdulillah, today we've reached them at diplomatic rhetorical level. I think, and plus, I think one point is lacking, Ayman, please say me if I am wrong. We've been successful in mobilizing international community to accept these three universal principles, ceasefire, humanitarian assistance, and two-state solution, but we have not much done in mobilizing to get more people to join on International Tribunal of Justice to intervene to the case of South Africa. So I think this is the only remaining homework for us now to do more work. I think this is enough, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. It is indeed, and again, we'll be getting into more details to the court issue that's been going on, and we do have another panel indeed that will be discussed in detail in the afternoon as well, but we'll be getting into more questions over there. So getting into our second round, Again, you have mentioned both that we all agree on a two-state solution right now. But the question is, of course, how we are going to reach to that goal. You have just mentioned that at the beginning, even forget about the two-state solution, 20 ministers were not agreed upon the single word just lasting ceasefire, and now everybody agrees on the 3 points. So everybody agrees on a two-state solution, but recently even one-state solution has been kind of as a coin, has been already put into discussion. As a scenario in which the Palestinians are going to be left out of the entire Palestine. So, which requires much more work towards two-state solution and much more dedication indeed working towards it, and much more, again, work and dedication towards mobilizing the international community towards it. But what's going to be the solid roadmap for it? Israel has been, again, expanding at the expense of the Palestinian people since the very beginning. How will the border issue be solved, resolved? Where does the borders of Israel start and end? Just for us to be able to talk about the future of the Palestine, we have to be able to determine where the borders, the legitimate borders of the Israelis start and end. Furthermore, there have been efforts to bring different groups among the Palestinians for decades in terms of just to form or to establish the Palestinian state as a whole, but no success so far. One of the last meetings was held in Beijing this July with the participation of 14 Palestinian groups. Turkey was also among the countries which participated in this event, in that event. Many other events indeed, or meetings, it has been going on for that purpose anyway. How can this unity be achieved among the Palestinians? What can Turkey and Jordan do about it? What else needs to be done to reach a two-state solution? What will you suggest as a solid roadmap? Maybe we might start with yourself, Mr. Fidan.
Well, thank
Please.
you very much.
Thank you.
I am sure my dear friend Ayman has a lot to say about this, because we've been traveling with him for the last 1 year in many countries, and I've heard him many times how he is clearly and passionately is defending the position. Those questions, Mr. Chairman, is extremely important. Those are the questions that are exactly what we are looking for the answer. This is what we are working for. How to make sure that two-state solution objective can be reached. How and with whom this objective can be realized. Because this is a very big problem for the entire world, and nobody seems to be bothering much. The fact that the United States is blindly and 100% is supporting the Israeli agenda in the region is making all of our work is very, very difficult. Because, as you know, being an hegemonic power, the United States is not only dominating the region, also dominating the international system and the international institutions, and they have the veto power too. Well, there are two wings in the US now regarding the Israeli policies. One is the side, the far right maybe, that are supporting the expansion of Israelis into the wider region. They are in favor of whatever Israel does in terms of expanding their territory. There are people who are also supporting the two-state solution, but not doing anything to stop Israel commit genocide. But in either those two camps in the United States, when it comes to stopping the genocide in Gaza today, They are not helpful at all. They are protesting. They say they advise to stop them, but actually doing not much to stop what's happening. This is a major issue for all of us that we need to recognize. And unfortunately, some major European countries, because of the position of the United States, they also bandwagon the position of policy of the United States without any question. Right now, recently, they've started asking questions and telling, look, the things cannot go like this, especially in Gaza and Palestine, because there is no hiding, no excuse of genocide and seeing all the women and children being killed and having 2 million people being deprived of basic shelter, food, water, medicine, and everything else. And this is taking place before the eyes of international community. And nobody seems to be even doing anything meaningful. Now we cannot get even one trunk today from Rafah border into Gaza. Whatever we send from here or from the other corners of the world into the aid of the Palestinian people is stocked in El Arish now. I've been there, I've seen all the hard work that our Egyptian brothers are doing, but even they cannot get all the aid items into Gaza. This is a big problem. So we've done some good things on diplomatic fronts, but we have not done certain things either. So we need to get United States and some other European countries understand the real risk and danger of the current crisis, what it is presenting for our region, and how it is dividing globally the international era. And increasingly, we are seeing the division in Ukraine is having an affinity division in Palestine. And this is helping further international division, a global division. North-South problem is now deepening. That was mainly an economic problem. Now it is becoming a political problem. You know, when you look at all the southern countries, they are predominantly supporting the Palestinian cause, and they are opposing the Israeli genocide and expansion. We need to continue to work tirelessly, relentlessly, to continue to remind, especially some major countries, that their silence is paving the way for a major crisis for near future. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Elsi.
Thank you so much. And again, my dear friend Hakan addressed a lot of the issues, but the direct answer to your question, sir, is that we know what those borders are. It is June 4, 1967 lines, including occupied East Jerusalem as the capital of the Palestinian state. This is international law. This has been the confirmation of many United Nations resolutions. Israel occupied the Palestinian territories on June 4, 1965. That occupation has to end. And in terms of your other question related to the security, in 2002, the Arab Peace Initiative, which was endorsed by the Organization of Islamic Conference then, was very unequivocal that in the context of Israel ending its occupation that began on June 4, 1967, all of us are willing to provide collective guarantees for Israel's security. The challenge is Israel reneged on that. Since Netanyahu became a player in Israeli politics, he's done everything he could to undermine the viability of the two-state solution, and not just in terms of political statements and pronouncements, but on the ground. the land confiscation, the settlement building. In 1993, there were 200,000 settlers in occupied West Bank. Now you have 700,000. That means more land has been taken, more confiscation. So Israel is killing the viability of the two-state solution. The other point is, a lot of our friends in the international community say there should be a negotiated settlement of the conflict. And we say, yes, we wanted that in the past, and we negotiated for over 30 years. But what did those negotiations got us? Everything Israel committed to in Oslo, it has undermined. It has reneged on. Two parties negotiate when they agree on the objective. The two-state solution was the target to which all efforts were geared. But the Israeli government and the Israeli Knesset said that they will never allow the two-state solution to materialize, which means negotiations will be futile because the other party is not agreeing. And the second reality is that there's no partner for peace in Israel. Simply, they do not exist. They don't want to negotiate. Before October 7, by the way, not just since October 7. So if it is not the two-state solution, the only alternative will be the one-state reality. And I will not call it the one-state solution because it will not be a solution. Because in order for it to be a solution, Israel has to give Palestinians full democratic rights, which we know it will not. So it will be an ugly reality because it will be apartheid, where discrimination will even be more institutionalized, and that is a recipe for future war and conflict. So we're not short on ideas, we're short on will on the Israeli side to achieve the just and lasting peace that will guarantee the security and stability for Israel, for Palestine, and for everybody in the region. And hence is the importance of the very important, significant decisions taken by our friends in Spain, in Slovenia, in Norway, in Ireland, and other countries of recognizing the Palestinian state. Because if Israel is undermining, and it is undermining the two-state solution, and if we all know that there is no process, quote-unquote, happening to achieve that, then we have to preserve the two-state solution. We're not being able to preserve it on the ground because occupation authorities continue to undermine it, but at least we preserve it in the legal format and in multilateral organizations, and we make it a reality. And that is why we urge all countries not just to recognize a Palestinian state, but to allow it to have full membership at the United Nations as a response to the Israeli government that is undermining that two-state solution. This is how we stand on the side of justice, this is how we stand on the side of international law, and this is how we even begin to preserve the prospects for a real and lasting peace that Israel needs, Palestinian needs, and all of us in the region need and deserve. So these are the parameters within which we're working. One last thing I say, we cannot afford a process anymore. We've tried process for 30 years. What we need is a plan to implement the two-state solution. Unequivocally, a plan, irreversible plan to implement the two-state solution. And that is why we're urging...
Any suggestion for it? Any suggestion?
Yes, I mean, we want, first of all, recognition. We want to provide the Palestinian state with full membership at the United Nations, and Israel must face consequences for its defiance of the will of the international community, for jeopardizing the peace and security of the region now and in the future, for violating international law. If the whole world agrees the two-state solution is the answer, then the party that's preventing the implementation of the two-state solution must be held accountable. The party that's doing so now is clearly Israel. So sanctions must be imposed, supplies of arms must stop, and the United Nations need to implement its mandate, particularly the Security Council that has not fulfilled its mandate yet, thus allowing Israel the impunity under which it has killed more journalists than any other conflict in decades, killed more humanitarian workers than any other conflict in decades, killed more children. Israel now is on the blacklist, in the UN blacklist of countries targeting children. And this is something that the Israeli people need to understand. The message from the Arab and Muslim world is that we're ready to have peace that will guarantee your right to security in the context of fulfilling the rights of the Palestinians to freedom and statehood. And the message that they should also be getting from the international community that the actions, the war crimes of this government is hurting the standing, reputation, future of Israel, and therefore their state is becoming a pariah state. And therefore, to all countries, we say supporting, even those who support Israel, supporting this government, supporting its war crimes, supporting its aggression is not supporting Israel. Actually, it's hurting the Israelis and their future in the region, because it's undermining peace and undermining the faith in peace. So anybody who wants peace for Israelis and Palestinians, the path is clear. First in the aggression, then in the occupation, and allow for a reality in which Palestinians live freedom and dignity in their state, alongside an Israel that is at peace and secure in the region. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Again, as a result of the international bombing or the aggression of Israel, the devastation in Gaza is beyond imagination. I just showed a couple of figures at the beginning, and I said by now, almost most of Gaza has been destroyed, and most of, indeed, Palestine has been destroyed. Not even talking about Lebanon and the neighboring countries, indeed. The situation in Gaza reminds us the aftermath of a nuclear bomb, indeed. This is not what we say, this is indeed the Japanese, I guess the head of a civilian organization mentioned about it. What you see in Palestine with the Palestinian children right now is exactly the same thing that we did see after the nuclear bomb hit Japan, indeed. And he was suggesting that Nobel Prize should be given to the Palestinian children, to Palestine, rather than him, indeed. So how can, today again, when we look at 2 million people living without proper water, food, electricity, transportation, communication, or healthcare, urgent humanitarian aid is needed, that's true, but it's not enough. Palestinian people cannot live forever like within the concentration camps, surviving on humanitarian aid from the outside world. Together with a two-state solution, political solution, there is a need for a large-scale reconstruction in Palestine, covering not just roads and housing, but also creating a self-sufficient economy as well. International financial and technical development support is critical importance. The question is, how can diplomacy be used for such a comprehensive reconstruction of the Palestinian state? Please, the floor.
First of all, Palestinian children don't want a Nobel Prize. They just want to live. So, I mean, let's just, if the world can give them the right to live without waking up to thank you. To bombs killing them and destroying them, that's enough. That's what we want. And the reality is the failure of the world to end this brutality will shame the world for generations, the whole world for generations. We're talking about massacres of children. Yes, a couple of days ago, tents sheltering refugees, displaced people were burned. Children were burned alive. This is the reality. The world is not seeing what's happening in Gaza because Israel is not allowing international press into Gaza. But once it does, once the world really sees the brutality, the barbarism of this war, then it will realize how much shame it will have to live with again for generations to come. People are not just dying by bombs. People are dying by starvation. Children are dying by dehydration because they're not getting water, they're not getting milk formula, they're not getting food. And the humanitarian catastrophe in Gaza is something that international organizations, humanitarian organizations, are describing as something they have not seen before. Israel has been blocking aid from coming. Early in the conflict, early in the war, the UN estimated Gaza needed at least 800 trucks of humanitarian aid per day. Maximum. It didn't even get to half of that. Again, as I said, north of Gaza since 30 September, not a single truck. The aid from the south has been blocked because Israel occupied the Rafah border, occupied the Philadelphia corridor, and is doing, people don't know a lot of facts. Israel is using a system of what they say dual use. So as a scissor for surgery is not allowed. A protein bar is not allowed because Israel considers that a luxury item. There is so much ugliness that the world has yet to see. And once it sees, the world will realize what Israel has done. In Jordan, we've been trying to address this reality. Very early into the conflict, His Majesty personally started the aerial drops into Gaza. He knew that this will be a fragment. It will not address the need, but it was the only available recourse. And since then, Jordan has conducted the largest humanitarian aerial aid campaign since Berlin operation. Our aid through the north, which Israel has blocked, was instrumental in providing the kids of northern Gaza, which remained under siege, with the necessity to live. So this is the reality. And again, the world has a question. Do you allow the continuation of such a murderous aggression in which war crimes are being conducted day in or day out? Or does the international community use the tools available to it in the Charter of the United Nations, in the mandate of the Security Council, through bilateral measures that we've seen taken against countries that have done much less, sanctions and others, to stop and again force a peace that will be the only guarantee of security for everybody in the region, including Israel. So again, my dear brother said that in the Arab Contact Group, we've come some distance in changing international opinion and bringing more countries to understand the reality of what's happening. But with every child being killed in Gaza now, and on the West Bank, and now in Lebanon, it says that the whole world has failed. For as long as there are people dying, then we haven't done the mission with which we've been entrusted. And I think the reason we haven't simply, the Israeli government is not listening. It's not listening to its own allies. It feels it can defy international law with impunity. It feels it can get away with all the war crimes it has done. And this is the question that the world needs to face. So everybody who says they want a ceasefire, they want an end of this, we know how to get it. And I'll just close with one thing, if you allow me. Everybody supported the exchange deal that was negotiated by our brothers in Egypt and Qatar and also by the United States of America. And we all know that that deal was on the table on July 2nd. That deal would have allowed for the exchange and would have produced a ceasefire. That deal was aborted by Prime Minister Netanyahu because he went back on the commitments that his negotiators have made. This is not something that's being put out in the open. It should be put out in the open, because then Israelis will see who's responsible for the continuation of the hostage crisis, and the world will see who is responsible for continuing with this brutality and this non-humane, inhumane reality that Israel continues to consolidate. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fidel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the question. Well, I think my dear friend Ayman has said, in a very eloquent way and described the situation in Gaza. I think whatever we said, we cannot even describe a glimpse of the tragedy is taking place in Gaza at the moment. So we need to do our best. We need to continue hard and relentlessly and tirelessly to make sure that humanitarian assistance can be delivered to Gaza. This is our #1 duty at the moment. This is an urgent mission of the humanity. I know that UN Secretary General, he is also very much concerned. about the humanitarian situation. And I like to mention about the Israeli policy against UNRWA. You know, a UN body is being targeted and declared as terrorist by Netanyahu government. You know, this is, I think, where we've reached the limits of our words and diplomacy in international politics. This is the limit. To go beyond that, we need to start using other instruments, starting from sanctions, starting from international legal actions, starting from boycotting Israel and the supporters of Israel on every subject, on every domain in international fora. I think we need to go to the second phase. Otherwise, Israel will continue to its massacre and genocide in Gaza, because Israel is currently paying no price. Economically, militarily, politically, they are not paying price. In the absence of any cost, any meaningful cost to the Netanyahu government, we have no measure to stop the ongoing genocide. So therefore, we need to make sure that the Israeli government and the supporters of the Israeli government are paying the price so they can understand that there are limits of what they can do. One other major problem for us at the moment regarding the Palestinian issue is that the escalation of war into Lebanon by Netanyahu government. We have fiercely condemned the escalation of war in Lebanon and the killing of Israelis, of innocent Lebanese people. But it shouldn't let us to forget about Gaza and Palestine, because there is this danger. Now the international news and media is being dominated by the war scenes coming from Lebanon. Now there are risk of escalation into maybe other areas that I don't want to name here. But there is a real danger of escalation of war. This is a big problem that we also have to look at very carefully. We need to work with our partners and friends and allies in the region to see what we can do together to avoid this risk. But we have to separate the Palestinian issue from the rest of the other issues, although they are interlinked. But we shouldn't forget about the real premises of the Palestinian issue. We need to make sure that the people in Gaza is being aided, and that has to be a ceasefire, and that has to be a two-state solution for Palestinian people for the future of the region. We have to keep these facts in our mind. Otherwise, today we have a crisis, tomorrow we will have another crisis. We will forget about what we've discussed on Palestine issue until the next crisis, until the next series of genocide again in Palestine. Maybe Israeli government will attempt to annex West Bank. Everybody knows this is in Netanyahu's mind. They want to complete the occupation of Palestinian land first. Maybe then they start doing something else. Because these people are fanatic. They drive their ideology with fundamental views. So you cannot have realistic and sensible discussions with these people. So the entire world, the international community, should counter them by equal measures. This is the only way that you can really stop this ongoing genocide, and you can really provide a safe and secure future both for Israelis and the Palestinians in the region. As my brother Ayman said, the tactical successes of Netanyahu government might seem that they are doing okay, but if you look at the bigger picture, all these tactical successes in the battlefield is actually paving the way for both Israelis and the Palestinians and the region for a worse future. The Israeli government is taking their people to the edge of a cliff. They are leaving a legacy for future generation, which is no good. The problem is nobody's telling these facts to the Israelis. And we know that there are some credible opposition within Israeli system. There are some people who are in favor of two-state solution. They are against genocide. They are against Israeli expansion. This is another dimension of what our work should be about. As well as we are working for and with international community to mobilize just and fair solution of the Palestinian problem, we need to also have a healthy dialogue with the Israeli opposition, who are also in favor of ending this problem in a way that we would like to see. Just and fair solution of the problem based on the decision of UN 1967. So, as I said, Mr. Chairman, we need to work relentlessly and tirelessly. We shouldn't forget about our suffering Palestinian brothers and sisters. There are 2 million people now in Gaza who are cornered in a very small place, and they are deprived of water, food, medicine, everything else. But there are a couple more million people who are now having the risk of being in the same position in West Bank. This is also very immediate risk for Palestinian people living in West Bank now. We can see a worst case scenario for the people in Lebanon. If Israeli occupation expands and takes a different form, we will see more destruction, more killing. Thank you.
Thank you. Should we understand from both of your questions that, yes, humanitarian aid is extremely urgent, so the holistic approach to reconstruction plans or talks is kind of like early? Is that what we should conclude from your remarks?
Thank you, sir. Again, from the very beginning of the conflict, we said what we want to do once the guns go silent is start implementing the two-state solution as the only path to making sure that the region does not have to relive the horrors that we've seen since October 7th. To do that, you need a comprehensive plan. Any day after scenario, you need to stand on 4 legs: political, security, humanitarian, and reconstruction. What Netanyahu wants is to focus only on security. He's not talking about ending the siege. He's not talking about ending the occupation. He's not talking about giving Palestinians even hope that they have a better future. And that is simply not going to work. Our collective position has been that the only way to end this misery is to start implementing a plan that will realize a Palestinian independent, viable Palestinian state that does not separate between Gaza and the West Bank. Gaza is an integral part of the occupied Palestinian territory, including the West Bank and obviously, of course, occupied Jerusalem. And then within that context, you have to look at security, humanitarian, and reconstruction. Because if you don't, whoever goes to Gaza now, if they are perceived as being there to consolidate the misery which the Israeli war has created, they'll be seen as the enemy. We're talking about 2.3 million people who've lost everything, their livelihoods, their kids, their family members, their schools, their hospitals, their places of worship, mosques and churches. So again, and how many times did the world rebuild and reconstruct in Gaza? Only for few years later for another war to start and for this infrastructure to be destroyed. We have to think, we have to look at the root cause of conflict in the region. It is occupation, period. Any plan to move forward towards peace has to start from accepting that this occupation needs to end, and again, implement a Palestinian state that will live side by side Israel in peace and security. This is the longer term. But now, we cannot even talk about the future of Gaza because we don't know what kind of Gaza will be left when Netanyahu is done destroying it. How much of it will be left? Will he occupy parts of it or not? Will the Israeli government still impose a siege? Will Israel still deny Palestinians food and water and other supplies? These are questions to which we have no answers yet. But what we can tell you, and as a group mandated by the Arab Muslim Summit as the contact group, the Arab position has been very clear. The only way forward is a plan to implement the two-state solution and make sure that Palestinians' rights are secured. And this also will guarantee the security of Israel. And the messaging that the Israeli government is giving to its people is very dangerous as well, because it's spreading dehumanization, hatred, anger. I'll briefly mention a story of an Israeli-Palestinian 13-year-old child. I referred to that at the Security Council. She was at school in Beer-Sabeh, and she dared say one thing during a debate, that in Gaza, there are children who are hungry and don't have homes. The reaction by the teacher, that he incited all her schoolmates against her, and then she was fired initially from school, expelled on charges of incitement. Imagine a 13-year-old fired from school on charges of incitement. And then the school altered the decision to suspending her, but her classmates were posting videos on social media quoting the sentence of the most radical extremist member of the Israeli government, Ben-Gvir, saying, "Burn her village. We will burn your village." And her family started receiving threats that we will behead you. This is the outcome of the dehumanization of this Israeli government. And this is the longer-term impact that the whole world needs to watch as it continues to allow this government not only to kill Palestinians and destroy their community, not only to destroy Lebanon, not only to undermine international law, but also to jeopardize the long-term interest of his own country and people, of their own country and people. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we'll be getting into the fourth and last round. Then I'll give the floor to you, to your questions indeed. The ongoing genocide and atrocities show us the ineffectiveness of the international system. Indeed, this is a question that you have indeed answered in some points throughout the entire discussion, starting from the opening remarks indeed, but I would like to just raise once more to make sure that it's been addressed directly. This is especially true for the ineffective role of the international institutions such as the United Nations. Due to its archaic structure, the UN Security Council only serves as to the interest of its permanent members. As such, the Security Council is ineffective in carrying out its main duty, which is to uphold peace and security throughout the world. The Israeli government has even gone as far as declaring the State General of the UN as a persona non grata. UN peacekeepers are being fired upon by Israeli soldiers in violation of international norms. There is also a lawsuit filed against Israel before the International Court of Justice by South Africa. Turkey has also declared intervention in this case. So far, in the course of this case, the court has taken many precautionary decisions that are not implemented by Israel. The question is, how do you evaluate the present ineffectiveness of the international law and the dysfunctionality of the international organizations such as the UN vis-à-vis the Palestine question? Can we have your suggestion for a more functional system? Please.
Well, I mean, all I would say is that the way in which international law has been applied is very dangerous because it failed to do what it should do. It failed to fulfill its mandate. And that's something that will have repercussions way beyond the Middle East and will have set a precedent that will definitely be invoked in the years to come. So by failing to hold Israel accountable to international law, you've undermined the credibility of the international law, and therefore that international law will not have the same, will not have the strength it should have in addressing future conflict because a precedent has been set. Number two, the ICJ, which is now examining a case in which Israel is accused of plausible genocide. And again, many experts will tell you right now that Israel is within the legal definition of genocide. And that is extremely dangerous to allow by the world, and everybody is waiting for the ICJ ruling. But before, the ICJ had made 3 sets of provisional rulings, none of which has been applied. Even the most simple, most realistic, most urgent, which is allow enough food and water and medicine to Gaza. So the international system has failed. The repercussions for this failure will impact the whole world for years to come. And again, our urging, all of us, is that international law must be applied. Israel must be held accountable for all the war crimes it has committed, for violating international law, and we honestly and openly speak to all our colleagues in the international communities, be careful. Once you allow this, the next time you invoke international law, you will not have the credibility that we all need to keep our world governed by laws and by the norms of civilized world.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a rather important subject as well. Even long before the Gaza war, there was a question of how to reform UN system, especially taking into account of the near history of Security Council and the merits of it. Most of the countries around the world, they have very much concern about the future of the international system, because if things go like this, we will be always prone to face crisis after crisis, where we have no superior mechanism to solve the problems, to address the problems. I think this is the big failure of the humanity. We've done a lot as humanity to advance ourselves throughout the world in terms of establishing political systems. We have come this far, but nevertheless, we have failed to create a system where nation states can behave in a universal code. Some of the countries are required by the international system to oblige certain rules, but some of the countries can be exempted from those rules. I think this basic deficit of the international system should be fixed, and there is, as I said, a big discussion about this. And during this, the last UN General Forum, there was a big actually discussion and panel about how to fix the future of UN system. There are different scenarios, different proposals that are being discussed. But when you look at all these scenarios and proposals, they are mostly based on how to represent proportionately certain power centers at the UN Security Council. Still, we are lacking the notion of addressing the universal human values and rights. We have the Declaration of Human Rights in a universal terms, but we don't want it to be implemented universally. I think this is a major mistake. And this has created a huge awareness in the international system. One of the things that now we've been witnessing, many of the nation states that have been created right after the Second World War, now they are becoming mature nation states. They are becoming much more vocal, especially if you look at the South American states, and the African states, and some Asia-Pacific states. They are being more mature, they are advancing, and they are raising their voices in international fora. Therefore, the current international system, which was created right after Second World War, and there was about maybe 55 countries, during which time, now we have close to 200 nation states around the world stage, and those 200 nation states, majority of them, they are not happy with the current system. There is now a big awareness about this problem, but nations, again, looking ways how to advance their position and to address this issue. Last thing I want to say before the closure, what we've done collectively may not be enough to stop the existing genocide in Gaza. But certainly what is taking place there and what we are doing together will certainly have manifest itself in different forms, in different places. We've been seeing this, I'm sure, wherever we go. There is a universal awareness, especially the oppressed people, oppressed nations. They have started to understand the reality of the international system. And unfortunately, most of the time, to have this simple understanding, we need to see big tragedies such as the Gaza tragedy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, I'd like to open the floor for some questions from the audience. If you have any, the floor is yours. So what I understand is that the discussions were enough, and everybody would like to go to lunch and get some maybe little rest before the second program, before the afternoon's program. Maybe before we finish, I can get your last remarks, if you have any last words. Thank you very much indeed. I would like to thank our panelists for their great contribution, and again I would like to thank to AK Party and the organizers. There are lots of things needs to be told, but there is a need for a plan and roadmap that how we will succeed those three plans indeed. Stopping the war, getting the humanitarian aid, sustainable humanitarian aid, and setting up the two-state solution. Thank you very much. Hope to see you in the evening.
Thank you to our honorable foreign ministers and Mr. Oktay for that very fruitful discussion. I have a couple of announcements to make before everyone leaves the room. Değerli misafirler, şimdi yemek arası olacaktır. Büyükelçilerimizi ve milletvekillerimizi, MKYK üyelerimizi bu binanın 3. katına bekliyoruz. Diğer misafirlerimiz ana binanın yemek salonuna bekleyeceğiz. İkinci oturumda Cumhurbaşkanımız bizlerle olacak. Bu nedenden dolayı güvenlik soruşturması olacak. Salonda herkesi yanına çantalarını ve özel eşyalarını almasını rica edeceğim. 1:30'da salona alımlar başlayacaktır ve 1:40'da kapılar kapatılacaktır. Dear ambassadors and our members of parliament, lunch will be served to all of you on the 3rd floor of this building. There is going to be a security check because the president is going to be joining us for the next session. Due to the security check, everyone has to empty out the room. Please take your belongings with you, and we're expecting you back at 1:30. At 1:40, the doors will be closed. Thank you very much.
Sì. Sì. Say hey, say hey, say hey, hey. Site'lar nasıl bunun? Biraz daha açabiliyor musun? Say hey, saygıdeğer misafirler. Say, ses kontrol deneme 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Say hey, say hey. Say, ses kontrol deneme 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Say hey, say hey. Say hey. Biraz daha verebiliyor musun? Ses kontrol deneme 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Say hey, say hey. Bir de genelini de birazcık da arttırabilirsen daha iyi olur. Çünkü salon kalabalık ya. Say hey. Ses kontrol deneme 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Say. Saygıdeğer misafirler. Say hey. Tamam. Bir de buraya şey ayarlayalım.
Say. Hey, hey 1, 2, 3, 4 prova ses kontrol. Ses deneme 1, 2, 3, 4. Prova 1, 2, 3, 4. Say.
Bunlar mutta mı yukarıda? Açtım. Tamam. Say hey, hey hey, say hey. Say. Ses kontrol deneme 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Say. Saygıdeğer misafirler. Say hey, hey hey, hey hey. Hey hey. Biraz daha önlerden ziyade yanlardan verebilirsin. Say hey, say hey, hey, say. Beyefendinin giriş müziğinde bu yanları olabildiğince düşersin ha. Çünkü müzikle bozuyor. He. Tamam. Onu unutma. Tamam. Say hey, hey hey, say. Şimdi bir tık şeyleri, site'ları alıp da önlerden bir tık daha beslersen daha iyi olur. Say hey, hey hey, hey hey, say. Ses kontrol deneme. Say. Ses kontrol 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Say. Hey, hey, hey, hey, hey, say. Tamam. Seviyeyi zaten ona göre tamam, onları bir şey yaparsan anladım. Sonucu belki elen gelir, belki elen gelmez şey olur. Kadın devam eder. Bunu kullanma ses setle şey yapar. Tamam. Ben ona söyleyeyim. Bak. Beyefendi giriş müzik. Tamam. Şu yani demin açtığımız o dünkü gördüğünüz surat. Belki duruma göre başkan gelir der ki ya dombura olsun dedi. Onun teyidini tamam, o da açıklar. Ona göre teyit tamam. Dönerim mesela. Tamam. Aldın. Yani şu an için hani standart. Onunla gideceğiz. Şimdi 47 milyon tanecini falan çalacağız mı ekstra? Var mı öyle bir şeyimiz? Efendim Tarık. Bana mı? Arka. Hadi beyefendi burada konuşacağız. Arkayı zaten ayarladılar, yukarıda ışık falan koydular ettiler ya. Ondan dolayı şu an için vaziyet alınıyor tekrardan zaten. Yayına o şekilde veriyoruz. Programda falan da gelmiş. Sonrasında gece TRT gelmiş çıktı. İşte sol... İşte zaten bir ayarlama yaptılar, ettiler, değerlendirme yaptılar, öyle bir duruma geldi yani. Yoksa normalde kenarda.
Bu çok yani, bu ışık çok ama.
Şey için mi? Rocker için mi? Yani şimdi Türk'ü devamlı o tarafa bu tarafa bir orada kullanıyoruz, bir tarafta kullanıyoruz. Ama şey bantlar oradan tam bu şekilde. Bence ikisinin arasında.
Tak diyor içine, kulağının kalıbını yapıyor diyor.
Sonrasında da doğum. Sana bir müzik attıydım ya, ben sana en son ne attım? Bundan 2-3 program önce attıydım herhalde ya. Dur. Haberin olsun. İndirirsin onu. Tamam mı? Tamam hadi. Hadi. Gelince dedim buluşalım da şeyde bırakma itme. Bir bak sen.
Ses deneme 1-2-3, ses prova 1-2-3, ses prova.
Şunlar yeni koyulmuş da.
Şunlar. Şu kenarda
Hangisi?
şunlar.
Ha şu.
Şu.
Yanlar tamam.
Yanlar. Onun için oradan duyuyorsunuz zaten. Bir de o perde
Ben
bir
şunlar
kısmını...
koydu zannettim
Yok
ya.
koyduklarımız onlar. Çok faydası
Neyse,
oldu
elinize
onlara.
sağlık. Ya bunu zaten uzun zamandır programlarda söylüyorum.
Ses deneme 1-2-3, ses prova 1-2-3, ses prova. Ses prova.
Çarpıyor çünkü. Tamam gibi. Evet. Ama şu anda şöyle oldu. Burası burayı doldurdu. Şu ikisi burayı doldurdu. Dışarıya artık çok fazla duymuyoruz.
Ses dönmüyor değil mi bu arada?
Dönüyor da ikisi kadar. Bu haliyle dönüyor.
Şöyle site'lar olmadığı zaman, sahnenin içi boş kaldığı için mecbur olarak master'dan yüklendiği zaman o ses dönüyor. Ama şimdi sahnenin içi dolduğu için master seviyeleri düşük olduğu için o da dönmüyor. Böyle de bir avantajı var.
Yalnız şeye sizin biraz dikkat etmeniz lazım. O köşede mikrofonla vuruyorsunuz ya. O biraz...
Zaten onu
Havada kalmıştı.
Alttaki sular al abi. Yani hatta ötme anlamında. Şeye giriyorsunuz yani. Paralelin üstüne doğru giriyorsan. Ha, çok şeye yakın.
beyefendi burada 3. konuşmanız buna göre.
O zaman bardak koymayacağız.
Ha?
Bardak koymayacağız. Bardak koymayacağız onu.
Diyorum ya sana şimdi zaten açılış yapıldı. Zaten sıraya konuşacak. Zaten
Ses deneme. Oradan çok şey yapıyor.
Ses prova 1-2-3, ses deneme 1-2-3. Ses 1-2-3, ses 1-2-3.
Ha, koy bardağı altına.
Gözükse ne olur? Onlar da şöyle yanına koy ki.
Kim görüşmüş şeymiş?
Şimdi durdunuz buraya. Bunlar da göz alıyor. Şimdi anlatmak istediğim şu. Ben de benim spotları alsam, ayağa koysam, kaldırsam aynı bu şekilde böyle aydınlatır zaten burayı. Ama diyecekler ki yine göz alıyor.
Abi bunu işte, bunu şimdi
Yani şimdi göz almıyor mu? Direkt bakıyorsunuz. Direkt göz alıyor yani.
ama öbür türlü de işte bak şu anda göz alınmasına
Göz alıyor denecek.
Abi şimdi bak şu anda huzur dediğim doğru ya. Ya şimdi bu da gözaltı. Hani ne değişti? Demek istediğim. Ben de Ferhat'a geldim. Bunlardan alalım koyalım. Ayakkabıya gelecek bir şey takalım dedi. Aynı bir şey değişmeyecek değil. Şimdi bu spotu alalım, bizim transa takalım diyecekler ki göz alıyor. Bizim transtaki de bu renk. Onlar da öyle. Tamam aynısını verseydik öyleyse bunu niye açıyoruz? Ya işte bak demek istediğim ki şimdi TRT burada ya gözde ses çıkarmıyor. Göz de alıyor. Göz de alıyor direkt. Evet. Gölge de var, şey de var. Yani bizimki kabul görmüyor. Ya mesela şu. Bak getirdiler 2 tane arkaya radyatör koydular tamam mı? Yönlerine bak bu tarafa doğru. Tamam. Bu çekmeye dedikleri yer şeyin önünün olduğu yer. O radyatörün yeri de o zaman yani. Yok şu anda oralar çekiyor. Tam çekiyor da şöyle bakıyor ya radyatörler. Şimdi bizim radyatörleri kullanıyorsun böyle sistemde. Olmuyor. Yaptı. Herkes geldikten sonra biraz film izledik. Konuşma. Sizinki göz altı. Birlikte geldik burada aynı. Bu da göz altı. Cayır cayır. Ben şey de yapayım. Bizim ışıkçı var. Onunla da bir geleyim gideyim buraya da. Şimdi yukarıya çıkacağım. Şeyleri de bir bakacağım yukarıdan da. Hani sen bir bak. Onlara da bakayım. Yani onu da bir çağıracağım. Sonuçta bizim istenilen şu andaki bunu kabul görmüş. Devlet kabul görmüş. Aslında şu oldu. Psikolojik olarak ve şey olarak bir kabul oldu. Bu oldu. Şimdi onu konuşuyoruz. Bu oldu eskiye göre. Şimdi biz burada da buna benzer bir şey yaparsak bu oldu olacak. Evet. Yani mesela yani
Sağ olun başkanım. Siz nasılsınız? İyi misiniz? Evet, şükür valla biz de iyiyiz. Yaramaz. Hayırlı olsun program.
sende.
Beyefendi kısmını şey yapacağız. Başkanım Allah'ın izniyle.
Hı? Bunlar açıkmış bir de.
Başkanım filmden sonra alalım mı konuşma noktasında? Oturdu beyefendi. Hoş geldiniz. Şeref verdiniz dedik. Filme pas attık. Sonra
Gentlemen, the President of the Republic of Turkey, His Excellency Recep Tayyip Erdogan, has arrived to the conference on the future of Palestine. Welcome, Mr. President.
Sayın Cumhurbaşkanımız, değerli konuklarımız.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, Chair of AK Party and President of the Republic of Turkey has arrived to the conference on the future of Palestine. This conference is organized under the auspices of His Excellency. We would like to salute each and every one of you and welcome you all to this conference. This conference is discussing the human drama in Israel and Palestine and is aiming to discuss this issue in a comprehensive manner. And it also aims to take concrete steps for peace. Now we will watch a short video film.
Newscast. We're here to bring you stories that matter most. Today marks the 16th anniversary of the tragic genocide. Commemorations are being held all around the world.
amu것도 안 하셨어요.
Was hast du während des Völkermords gemacht, Großvater? Mais tout était devant vos yeux. Did you just watch it? وفي ماما بينما يقتل أطفال مثلنا.
Why?
Değerli konuklarımız, şimdi sizlere hitap etmek üzere.
I now would like to invite the President of the Republic of Turkey, His Excellency Recep Tayyip Erdogan, who's the voice of the oppressed and the underdog in the world.
Aziz millet.
My august nation, dear friends, fellow citizens, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, I salute you with my most heartfelt feelings and respect. It's a pleasure for me to be with you, my brothers and sisters, on the occasion of this meaningful meeting jointly organized by AK Party Departments of Foreign Relations and Human Rights. And I would like to welcome our guests from different parts of the world to Ankara and wish that the conference on the future of Palestine will be auspicious for the Palestinian cause and for the just, prosperous, and peaceful future of the Palestinian people. First and foremost, I would like to express my gratitude to each and every one of you for your strong solidarity with the Palestinian people and the oppressed people of Gaza by accepting our invitation. Today we are here with those whose hearts beat for Jerusalem, who stand shoulder to shoulder with the Palestinian cause, who believe that Jerusalem is our first Qibla, our red line. I once again salute you, who courageously put forward their stance, attitude, and heart for our brothers and sisters in Gaza and Palestine. And I also would like to commemorate those who passed away. I would like to take this opportunity to say, may Allah show mercy to our Palestinian and Lebanese brothers and sisters who have been mercilessly massacred by Israel since October the 7th last year. Today, I once again remember with mercy the last elected Prime Minister of Palestine, my dear brother and dear friend Ismail Haniyeh, and all the political actors who were treacherously martyred by the Zionist government. I also would like to commemorate all the heroes of valor, the brave sons of Palestine, the noble and courageous young people of Palestine who said, "I would rather lie under the soil with honor than live dishonorably on the land of the homeland that the occupiers defiled with their boots, and I ask for mercy from Allah." May Allah's peace be upon them, and may Allah bless all the martyrs of Palestine and Lebanon with his heaven and glory. We find it very important to discuss the Palestinian issue, especially in the critical period we are going through. Our conference, which brings together politicians, academics, and activists who are committed to the Palestinian cause, will hopefully provide a thorough discussion of the issue under three important headings. I would like to thank all the participants who will contribute to this conference with their ideas, opinions, suggestions, and observations. Dear guests, the Israeli attacks on Gaza on the 7th of October last year brought the Palestinian issue back to the agenda of the world. The ongoing massacres in Gaza, which have claimed the lives of nearly 50,000 innocent people, mostly children and women, have once again brought the persecution of the Palestinian people to the attention of the world. Israel's genocide policy, which has now extended to Lebanon after Gaza, has also been instrumental in introducing the true face of Zionism to the world. And in this process, we have all seen very closely how the Zionist lobby controls the global powers and the system, how it keeps the economy, trade, media, cinema industry, every branch of art, academia, universities, and even the state, military, and civil bureaucracy in some countries under pressure. We have also watched how international organizations, including the United Nations Security Council, have fallen into a great helplessness in the face of Israel's spoilage, and we felt embarrassed and ashamed for it. We have witnessed how human rights organizations and famous global media outlets have fallen into a deep silence and played three monkeys when it comes to Palestine, when it comes to the oppressed people of Gaza, West Bank, and Lebanon, when it comes to the rights of innocent children brutally murdered in Gaza, when it comes to the rights of 1- and 2-year-old babies killed by sniper bullets. We have witnessed this all. Values such as freedom, democracy, law, freedom of expression, and freedom of the press, which the West has been defending for years, were all shelved. Many more scenes like these, which make people ashamed of their humanity, took place in front of our eyes. Journalists were shot live on the air. Hospitals, mosques, schools, churches were hit. Bombs were dropped on civilians lining up for aid. Politicians, doctors, humanitarian aid workers were brutally murdered. They inflicted all kinds of cruelty on the 2 million people they squeezed into a very narrow area of 360 square kilometers. They killed with bombs, and they have left people without hospitals, doctors, medicine, food. Brothers and sisters, we have been following all this and much more since the 7th of October with heavy hearts. I would like to emphasize the following. Even though the world opened its eyes to Israeli brutality and violence after the 7th of October, the Palestinian people have been experiencing this for decades. Israel's policy of occupation, destruction, and execution has been going on for 76 years without any interruption. In fact, blood, tears, and oppression and persecution have never stopped in Palestine. The State of Israel was founded in 1948. But it would be wrong for me to call it a state, but this was the first step. In the eyes of the Palestinian people, 14th of May 1948 was a catastrophe. During the Nakba, Israeli forces expelled nearly 1 million Palestinians and destroyed 675 Palestinian villages and towns and killed thousands of Palestinians. Founded on blood and occupation, Israel has continued to shed blood, starting from the Nakba with the Sharon massacre, the Sabra and Shatila massacre, the Jerusalem and Jenin massacres. Here, I would like to briefly share some figures in order to explain Israel's occupation policy. Israel has continuously expanded its occupation since the Nakba and has now seized 85% of the 27,000 square kilometers of Palestinian territory. That is, it is occupying this land. And since then, Israel has made Palestinians refugees in their own homeland and forced hundreds of thousands of millions of Palestinians to migrate from their homes. As I have mentioned, the number of Palestinians exiled in the Nakba alone is around 1 million. Today, there are more than 6 million Palestinian refugees around the world, a significant number of whom are in Jordan, longing to return to their homes, even hiding the keys to their homes from which they were forced out. Driven by religious fanaticism, the number of illegal settlers and the Palestinian land that they seize grows exponentially every year. And with the 2002 construction of the separation barrier, Israel has institutionalized the apartheid regime in the Palestinian territories. Millions of Palestinians living in the West Bank cannot travel to many areas, including Jerusalem, which is a Palestinian territory, because of this separation barrier. Before the October 7th genocide, Gaza had already been under blockade for 17 years. Over 2 million Gazans were condemned to live in an open-air prison for 17 years. As a matter of fact, the Palestinian people are not the only victims of Israel's racist, fascist policies. Jews of different origins, especially Jews of African origin, also faced apartheid practices. I would also like to draw your attention to the following. Today, Israel is the only United Nations member whose official borders are still unclear. But, I mean, it is a state in name only. At the 74th United Nations General Assembly, I have showed the changing map of Israel since 1947 and asked the world, what are the borders of Israel? Since then, no one has answered this question. Israeli rulers continue to share new maps with the Gaza genocide, let alone answering this question. But we will keep showing these maps. And they also attacked Lebanon. Occupying Gaza was not enough. With every news statement, Netanyahu's cabinet members reveal what their real goals are, where they set their eyes and how far they want to go with their occupation policy. I must also emphasize the following. If Israel, which is becoming increasingly reckless, spoiled, and rampant, is not stopped, we can guess where this expansionism will lead. Even though there are some individuals in our country who lack the understanding and the foresight to see the approaching danger, we see the risk and take every precaution against it. Dear brothers and sisters, the heartbreaking words of a child from Gaza describe the barbarism very clearly. I have experienced nothing but thirst, hunger, and constant displacement. I couldn't live my childhood. We're tired, we're fed up. I want to die and rest. These words are a lesson for all of us. And these words are actually a brief snapshot of the painful story of millions of innocent Palestinians who were driven out from their homes and land. As a result of Israel's brutal attacks, Gaza has turned into a gigantic concentration camp where 2 million people gathered, the likes of which we witnessed only during the Second World War. Driven from north to south and south to north by Israel's policy of intimidation, Gazans are experiencing a great humanitarian tragedy. It is clear that this drama, this tragedy, will get worse with the approaching winter season. It is imperative that the international community and the Islamic world make more efforts to deliver more humanitarian aid and assistance to Gaza before the winter. And again, it is also crucial to increase support to UNRWA, the relief agency for Palestinian refugees, which provides crucial support to Palestinians. With its attack on the Provisional Task Force in Lebanon, Israel has publicly defied the United Nations, particularly the Security Council. The lack of a clear reaction from the permanent members to this outrage so far is as grave as these attacks. And my question is the following: how can the United Nations defend the rights of others when it does not protect the rights of its own staff? How will the United Nations, which cannot stop the hands that reach out to a soldier with a blue helmet with the word UN, prevent any hands that try to reach out to Gazans and Lebanese? So who will pull the United Nations, which is losing credibility every day, out of this vortex of shame into which it has fallen? How long will the United Nations Security Council keep watching our region turn into a bloodbath? The civilians being burned alive in Gaza. When is the Islamic world to take a step to stop this barbarism? In my last statement at the United Nations, I have stated that in the UN resolution Uniting for Peace indicates authorization for the use of force should definitely be taken into account in this process. I'm asking again, with its atrocities in Gaza and Lebanon, the Israeli government is not only massacring tens of thousands of innocents, but also slaughtering the structures, rules, and values that the world has built in the last century. It's not only the children, women, elderly, or civilians who die in Gaza and Lebanon, but it is the conscience of the mankind, and it is the demise of thousands of years of common experience. Brothers and sisters, Turkey, from the very first day, is the country that has voiced its objections and also warnings at the highest level against this genocide. So we are a nation that rejoices and feels happy when Palestine is happy and grieves when Palestine grieves. We are a nation that sees the Palestinian people's problems as our own. All through history, whenever blood and tears were shed in Palestine, we have felt this pain. We have taken a strong stance against the oppressors, and we have stood on the side of the oppressed we have stood with them without discriminating anyone. We have never been one of those who remained silent against persecution. We have never been one of those who consented to persecution. We have never been one of those who say, let's ignore this. We stood by our Palestinian brothers and sisters. And we have tried to fulfill our duties and responsibilities which arise from our history, faith, and humanity. We keep delivering humanitarian aid for our Palestinian brothers and sisters. And we are the only state that showed the strongest reaction to the massacre in Gaza and to concrete measures against Israel. First, we stopped commercial activities with Israel in the trading of 54 items and then in all items. And we have also let go of around $9.5 billion of trade volume. And with the support of the Egyptian authorities, the total amount of humanitarian aid we sent to our brothers and sisters in Gaza exceeded 84,000 tons. And with this amount, Turkey is a country so far that has delivered the highest amount of aid and assistance to Gaza. On all international platforms, we have been the voice, breath, and the defender of the Palestinian people. And in all my meetings with foreign leaders, one indispensable agenda item is the recognition of the state of Palestine and prevention of massacres in Gaza. And we also support any step that will be taken to hold the perpetrators of war and genocide accountable. And on the 7th of August, we have filed our application in order to intervene with the genocide case filed by the Republic of South Africa before the International Court of Justice. And we are submitting documents and evidences to the court. And we are doing and will do our best in order to make sure that genocidal criminals are held accountable before international law. And our nation also reacts to this massacre with boycotts and protests. We stand firmly with the people of Palestine who heroically defend their homeland despite all odds, and we will keep standing by them. In order to denigrate the Palestinian resistance, there are some Zionist lovers actually try to overshadow the Palestinian resistance, and we shout out the truth on every platform, regardless of these enslaved Zionist lovers who take refuge behind excuses. Dear friends, it is with great pleasure that I would like to express that the AK Party is also giving serious support to these efforts carried out by the government in the political arena. And at the beginning of the year, we have drawn attention to the massacre in Palestine by sending letters to 114 countries and 448 political parties. In addition to this, our youth and women branches have carried out and organized many important activities and events to show solidarity with the Palestinian people. We have always put the persecution in Gaza and other occupied Palestinian territories on the agenda of our country, and likewise, we have taken a very decisive stance against the harassment targeting Jerusalem and Al-Aqsa Mosque. We also have taken steps in a wide range of areas, from supporting ceasefire negotiations to bringing cancer patients and the wounded to our country. And God willing, from now on, we will support the Palestinian cause and the Palestinian people's fight for freedom the best way we can, without hesitating and without backing down in the face of threats. On the basis of 1967 borders, we will keep fighting until the foundation of an independent, sovereign, and geographically integrated Palestinian state with East Jerusalem as its capital. And our Palestinian brothers and sisters should put aside all types of dispute and should fight together and work in close ranks. And I would like to express once again that Turkey stands by its Palestinian and Lebanese brothers and sisters. Victory, inshallah, will be for the believers in Gaza and Lebanon. Despite great suffering, God willing, this process will culminate in the foundation of a free Palestinian state based on the 1967 borders. Do not worry. One day, these tears and this pain will end. Mothers in Gaza will prepare the dowry of their children, inshallah, not their coffins or shrouds. In the West Bank, in all the occupied Palestinian territories, children will run freely, they will play without fear, and when they look up to the sky, they will see the sun, the moon, and the twinkling stars, and not warplanes. We wholeheartedly believe this. We are not disheartened or pessimistic in the face of what we see, and we never give up hope in Allah. I would like to conclude with the following lines by the Palestinian poet Mahmoud Darwish. There was a Palestine. There is a Palestine still. Even if the persecutors, even if the oppressors try to destroy it with their murderous weapons, there will always be a Palestine. Palestine, who resists for her homeland, land, and faith, will be the source of pride for all humanity. So may Allah help us all. With these thoughts, I again would like to say that this conference on the future of Palestine will be auspicious, and I once again welcome all our guests who have honored the conference with their participation. I also would like to congratulate those who contributed to the organization of the conference, and I salute you with love and respect. Peace be with you.
Yol yürümekten onur ve gurur duyduğumuz liderimiz Türkiye Cumhurbaşkanımız.
Well, we would like to thank the President of Turkey, Recep Tayyip Erdogan, and we would like to extend our regards and best wishes. And we are really honored by his presence in our conference on the future of Palestine, and we once again salute him with the utmost respect. Thank you very much. And we will convene at 3 o'clock, and thank you very much.
Evet. Şu sesi açabilir miyiz arkadaşlar? Sunucu arkadaşımızın sesini açabilir miyiz?
Test.
Well, can we open up the microphone, please?
Gentlemen, we are going to resume with the two final panels of our conference in about 10 to 15 minutes time. So don't go too far from the conference hall. We're expecting everyone back here at 3:15 latest. Thank you very much. Okay. Değerli katılımcılar, saat 3'ü çeyrek geçe programımız kaldığı yerden devam edecektir. 2 panelimiz olacak. Aradan sonra herkesi 3'ü çeyrek geçe.
Well, after the short break, we would like you to have your seats at 3:15. Thank you very much.
Ses deneme.
Dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's 3:15. We are going to begin the rest of the program shortly. I'd like to kindly ask everyone to make their way to their seats in the conference room so we can continue on time with our program. Değerli katılımcılar, değerli misafirler, programımız kısa bir süre sonra başlayacak.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will resume our program very shortly. I kindly invite all our participants, all the audience, to take their seats back. Thank you.
All right. Just want to come up again on the stage to ask everyone to make their way to their seats as our program will begin very shortly. Değerli misafirlerimiz, sizleri yerlerinize davet etmek istiyorum. Programımız 2 dakika içerisinde başlayacaktır. Teşekkürler. Say. Esteemed guests, welcome back to our conference titled The Future of Palestine. It's good to see that the room is quite full. We've heard Israeli politicians time and time again call for the ethnic cleansing of the Palestinian people. We've heard them parade the idea of occupying more Palestinian land. But this hasn't deterred the international community, particularly regional actors like Turkey, from using their political power and will to establish a two-state solution. Our second panel of the day is titled "The Role of Politicians and Parliaments in Shaping Palestine's Future." To moderate the panel, I'd now like to invite to the stage the former Foreign Minister of the Republic of Turkey, member of the Turkish Grand National Assembly and the head of the Turkish delegation to NATO PA, Mr. Mevlut Çavuşoğlu. Hoş geldiniz efendim. Şöyle alayım ben sizi. Buyurun efendim. And joining him on stage is Mr. Efkan Ala, AK Party's Deputy Chairman, former Minister of Interior of Turkey, and the member of the Turkish Grand National Assembly. Mr. Mushahid Hussain, the co-chairperson of the ICAPP and the chairman of the Pakistani Senate Defense Committee, is also with us today. Joining us from Poland is the former Vice President of the European Parliament, Mr. Ryszard Czarnecki.
Welcome. Good to see you again.
Okay. Also with us is the Speaker of the Palestinian National Council, Mr. Rawhi Fatouh. Also speaking on the panel today is Mr. Bruno Massais, the former Secretary of State for European Affairs and member of the European Council on Foreign Affairs. Welcome. And last but not least, Mr. Miroslav Gregoric, who is the member of the National Assembly in Slovenia.
Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you all for your participation. Mr. Çavuşoğlu, the mic is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Ladies and gentlemen, dear participants, it is my pleasure to welcome you all to our session on the role of politicians and parliamentarians in shaping Palestine's future. Let me also thank our party, AK Party, and the Departments of Foreign Affairs and Human Rights and their chairpersons, Mr. Zafer Sırakaya and Professor Hasan Basri Yalçın, for organizing this very, very important conference. Ladies and gentlemen, Palestinians are facing an existential threat against their right to life in their homeland. Netanyahu and his extremist coalition partners unleashed a war of annihilation against Palestine. It has been already 1 year now since the bloody Israeli attacks in Gaza started. And the toll has been heavy, a devastating impact on Gaza. More than 42,000 civilians' lives, 17,000 of which is children, and more than 11,000 women, and another 10,000 feared death and still unaccounted for. 902 families totally wiped out. Hunger, blockade, lack of access to medicine turned out to be a genocide of not only lives but also health and education. Gaza is now a wreckage without any infrastructure at all. The ongoing Israeli aggression on Gaza, West Bank, and Lebanon increases the tensions in the region. And the total disregard of international law by Israel and with impunity creates a legitimate crisis for the international system, Western established international system, I mean. And the inefficiency of the United Nations system and the unwavering and unconditional support extended by particularly the United States to Israel once more underline the hypocrisy of the current global order and the global system. Therefore, our priority is to end the ongoing military campaign and then to ensure a durable, lasting peace in the region. All actors of the international community has a responsibility and a role to play in putting an end to this bloodshed and loss of civilian lives. Yet, Netanyahu has been not only evading all efforts towards an immediate and permanent ceasefire in Gaza, but also escalating the tension by further attacks against Lebanon. The unfolding situation in the Israeli-Lebanon border region causes serious concern for all of us. It risks regional, if not broader confrontation. The international community must act in unity against Israeli efforts to expand the war into other parts of the region. Without an end to Israeli attacks on Palestine, the risk of spillover is immense. The only way for a lasting peace in the Middle East is through ending the Israeli occupation and implementing the two-state solution, which is establishment of an independent, sovereign state of Palestine with its territorial integrity based on the 1967 borders and with East Jerusalem as its capital. Thank you. Turkey will continue promoting the recognition of the Palestinian state in accordance with our support for the two-state solution and vision. We also believe that those who committed crimes in Gaza should be brought to justice. I'm sure this will be further elaborated at the next session that will be moderated by Cüneyt Yüksel. Therefore, we intervene in the case before the International Court of Justice against Israel in violation of 1948 Convention on Genocide. The International Court of Justice made it very clear in its advisory opinion on 19 July that Israel's continued presence in the occupied Palestinian territory is unlawful. And Israel is under an obligation to bring to an end its unlawful presence in the occupied territories of Palestine. Israel's efforts to change the identity of Al-Quds and challenge the status quo in Haram al-Sharif have reached an extremely dangerous and unprecedented level. And we should stand against such provocations and need to rally regional and international support to stop Israel undermining the status quo in the holy sites. And in the light of these factors, now I would like to ask our distinguished speakers, which were already introduced to the participants, what will be the role of the politicians and the parliamentarians in shaping the future of Palestine. With your permission, let me give the floor first to Mr. Efkan Ala, who is AK Party acting chairperson and former Minister of Interior and member of Turkish Parliament representing Bursa. Efkan abi, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Teşekkür ediyorum.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Distinguished participants, I think they can hear me, right? Distinguished moderator, distinguished participants, today we have gathered to discuss the future of Palestine and the genocide and the massacres conducted by Israel against Palestinians and Lebanese people. And as Mr. Moderator highlighted, we will be elaborating on the role of politicians and the parliaments in shaping Palestine's future. In other words, actually, it is the role of the entire humanity which is opposing this massacre. We need to seriously discuss this because the humanitarian tragedy in West Bank and Gaza is deepening day by day. And the genocide is being conducted in Gaza in the very eyes of, in front of the eyes of people, and now, according to the latest data, more than 42,000 Palestinians were killed, murdered, and tens of thousands of people are still under the wrecks and the debris, and nobody knows about them. 10,000s of people got injured, and actually this is the largest, this is the most serious systematic annihilation attempt against a people in their homelands, and also the settlement activities of Israel is also extending. So Israel is having attempts to change the statu quo in the holy sites, and this is really creating concerns. And actually this is the product of a policy which aims at making all Palestinian people homeless and stateless in their homelands. Distinguished participants, in the witness, in the eyewitnessness of the entire world, 10,000s of people are being killed. The churches, the mosques, schools, hospitals are being bombed. Even the air itself is being bombed. This is not a war. This is invasion and annihilation of a nation. Women, children, ill people, elderly people, they are being annihilated, and the entire humanity and the international organizations are just watching this. And the countries capable of saying stop to the annihilators are already giving support to the perpetrator, and the international organizations have already went bankrupt. So this question is so significant in such an environment. Therefore, definitely we need to find an answer to this question, Mr. Moderator. And also what is taking place in Lebanon are also increasing our concern, because with the land attacks, if Israel invades Lebanon, it's going to create a huge threat to stability and peace in the region. And it is obvious that it may lead to a larger and wider regional conflict. It is currently very urgent to impose a weapon sanction against Israel, because it is just a dream to wait for Israel to stop all these aggression by itself. The United Nations' primary objective is to establish and maintain peace. So in this sense, the UN Security Council should operate the international justice and should take the required measures to stop Israel. Therefore, all the political minds, all the political organizations, institutions, people should take an action. The civil society should take an action. It is a must now in terms of humanity. In the name of humanity, it's a must. Distinguished brothers and sisters, with resolution dated 18th of September, Israel has been called upon to stop the invasions, stop the aggressions, and abide by the international law. This is the resolution, but this needs to be observed in terms of implementation. There needs to be a serious pressure on Israel to comply with the UN resolution. And also, International Court of Justice has declared an opinion which is showing the unlawful actions of Israel vis-à-vis the international law. So, all these resolutions and advices need to be implemented, and it requires a serious effort. All the countries need to take action in this field. All the countries should unite, because there are resolutions made in the UN, and for their implementation, everyone should take a step, and we should never take our steps back until we ensure the implementation. The Arab League Contact Group and OIC the OIC and the Arab League Contact Group need to give every support to recognition of the Palestinian state and implementation of the UN resolutions. So in the previous session, the foreign ministers of Turkey and Jordan have already explained the efforts of two countries to this end. So from the very first day, our president is having contact with the heads of the governments and the states of each and every country in order to take the measures and to show our stance against this aggression and this invasion, and we will continue to do so increasingly. However, unfortunately, all these efforts by many countries fail to stop Israel yet. But without all these efforts, we cannot come to a conclusion. Therefore, we need to increase the volume of the pressure. We need to increase the volume of our effort. And there should not be impunity for Israel. Therefore, international society should take measures and steps in line with the international law. So, South Africa applied to the International Court of Justice with the claim that Israel violated the 1947 Geneva Convention against genocide, and we just placed our application to get involved into this case. And as a symbol of this, we have just cut our trade relations with Israel, and until humanitarian aids can go into Gaza, all these sanctions will prevail, will continue. Distinguished moderator, Palestinians cannot be deprived of their right to a decent life in sovereignty in their own lands. Therefore, all the sanctions and the measures against Israel should be implemented very shortly, and against this oppression of Israel, the entire world should unite. So, at this point, what is being experienced in Palestine or Lebanon cannot be considered only as a regional crisis. So all these issues are actually the test for the international organizations which claim to be the guarantee of the international peace and prosperity. Therefore, the international organizations should revisit their own orders and the systems. Otherwise, in a in an order where the strongest are putting the rules, there is no need for United Nations. So those who say words in international relations should ask this question. And today here, all of the international values are being destroyed by Israel. We need to highlight this. We cannot just sit down and watch this happening. The common values of humanity are under attack. So Israel just declared a war, waged a war against humanity. So a new international order should be established to prevent this kind of bandit actions. So we need to be determined in words and in action. So the resolutions made by the UN General Assembly and UN Security Council should be highlighted, and the countries and international organizations should take stronger steps in order to fulfill their responsibilities for their implementation. Now it has become an international must, an obligation to recognize the independent Palestinian state, and implementation of all these resolutions is the only viable way for peace, not only in the region but also in the globe. Spain, Ireland, Norway, Slovenia, countries like them have decided to recognize Palestine as a state, and we really welcome this initiative. But this kind of diplomatic efforts require some field efforts, practical efforts to become useful. So with the blockades, Israel made Gaza the largest open-air prison in the world. So for the last 1 year, Gaza now was turned into a graveyard with all the bombs and the attacks. So the hospitals cannot function, food and water cannot be provided. This is unacceptable. So it is impossible. I do not say it is almost impossible. I say it is impossible, because access to food, access to water, and access to the supplies for babies to survive are impossible. Therefore, the international society should bring an end to this genocide, and the international society should take steps to end this genocide. Until Israel stops all these aggressions, international weapons and trade sanctions should be implemented. So the economic interests of Israel should be used as leverage in order to stop this bloodshed. It is obvious that the international society and the countries should just put forward this will. So the United Nations have a great responsibility in this. Israel is recklessly attacking Gaza, and international society should just stand against it. And the efforts should not be limited to only the economic plane. We need to increase the support for international humanitarian aid organizations, and we should ensure a seamless access of humanitarian aid into Gaza. And also, against the violations of Israel, the 1948 Geneva Convention, South Africa started a case in International Court of Justice, and the entire humanity, all the countries in the world, should declare that they are giving support to South Africa in this case, and we need to take initiatives in order to bring forward this support. So, this kind of judicial processes should be maintained until Israel is held accountable. So power requires justice. Possibilities requires conscience. Otherwise, it creates committing crimes. And the most important measure to avoid this is to have a viable international order. In Myanmar, in Rwanda, there were genocides, and the international society just kept silent and indifferent. But today, this genocide is being broadcasted live on televisions. Therefore, we have a historical responsibility keeping silent against this genocide in Gaza and Lebanon is a threat to the entire humanity. The unlawful practices of Israel should be countered with international justice. This is the responsibility of humankind, but humankind do not possess the required tools to implement this. So those I'm talking about the infunctionality of international organizations, and those who have power are now favoring the oppressors. So our president declared this in the UN General Assembly: the world is bigger than 5, and a fairer and more just world is possible. And these should be our motto. Distinguished participants, dear guests, as a conclusion, the Netanyahu government is implementing a genocide in Gaza, which shows us that rules and principles-based international order should be constructed for humanity, and the international organizations should be reformed. We should not and cannot postpone this. Therefore, the politicians and the parliamentarians should make this a priority for the agenda. And as the politicians, we need to establish international organization to take actions, and we need to turn the existing ones into functioning ones. So these elaborations and deliberations will be important not only for the people of Palestine, but also will be for the entire humanity. And I extend all my gratitude to those who organized this event. Thank you so much for listening.
We would like to thank Mr. Efkan Ala. He has also reflected our ideas.
Speakers, I would like to ask them to brief, because I would like to take questions from the floor as well. We have so many participants. I think we will enjoy if it is more interactive. And our next speaker is Mr. Mushahid Hussain, co-chairperson of the ICAP and chairman of the Pakistani Senate Defense Committee. Brother Mushahid, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure to be here. And first of all, I would like to thank the ARC Party for taking this timely initiative to organize this conference at a time when...
Brother, can you take this microphone?
Okay, then this is not working. Sorry for that. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Your Excellency, for providing me this opportunity. I would like to thank the ARC Party for taking this very timely initiative on an issue which affects the future of humanity. I would also like to thank the government, the party, and the people of Turkey for their warm and gracious hospitality. And coming from Pakistan, which is the best friend of Turkey, we are used to this warm and gracious hospitality. And I would also like to recognize some of our Turkish friends who have made this event possible. My good friend Burhan Kiaturk, who has been very instrumental. My good friend Afif Demirkiran also. And I also agree with Afkan Ala about his suggestions. And I would also like to recognize in the audience a very prominent statesman of the Muslim world, Sheikh Hamid bin Abdullah Al Amr. He is the president of the League of Parliamentarians for Palestine, which is headquartered in Istanbul, and who has recently been wrongly penalized and sanctioned by the US Department of Treasury because of his advocacy, because of his support for the people of Palestine. And we reject those sanctions, Excellency. Thank you very much. Your Excellency, you said that the focus is going to be on the role of politicians and parliamentarians. So what is the role of politicians and political leaders? First is to show leadership, to reflect the sentiments of the people of their countries, and also to take steps that can resolve issues, problems, and conflicts. So when we discuss the issue of Palestine, I'd like to mention that we were very inspired by the impressive presentation of President Recep Tayyip Erdogan an hour earlier, and he was very correct in saying that Israel is acting in a reckless manner, in a spoiled manner, and in a rampant manner. And what should be done to alleviate the sufferings of the people of Palestine? I think the two core questions are, what are the issues that are currently facing us immediately, and what is to be done? I would say there are three core goals as of now as we speak. Number one, end the genocide. Number two, end the blockade. 500,000 people of Gaza are surrounded in a new siege by Israel, facing famine, facing destruction. And the third, of course, is end the occupation. So, Excellency, when you talk of two-state, it comes day after tomorrow. Right now, the immediate urgency is saving lives. And in this context, I would say that what are the steps that need to be taken by the political leadership? And frankly, the international community that we talk about has totally failed. I mean the Western countries, Western regimes, led by the United States and Europe also, because they have shown double standards and hypocrisy while dealing with this issue. And I agree with my friend, Brother Afghan Gala, that the time has come to develop and build a viable new international order, not the so-called rules-based order, because the rules are changed according to your convenience. So what is my suggestion? Excellency, you have been the foreign minister, and you are a very strong foreign minister of Turkey, and you came to Pakistan also, and I would just give three suggestions for that. Number one, I feel that after the American elections on 5th of November, whatever is the outcome, President Erdogan is accepted as universally as the leader of the Muslim world. I call him the... In fact, a few years ago, I was in Cambodia speaking at the Asian Parliamentary Assembly, and I called President Erdogan the Lion of Asia. And Burhan Kyaturk was there, and he also mentioned that in his tweet. But I said now he's the Lion of the Muslim world, because he's the one who's speaking up. Otherwise, among Muslim regimes, there is what I call the silence of the lambs. They are so quiet, they are so scared. They are scared of America, they're scared of Israel, they're scared of their own people. So they have let the people of Palestine down. President Erdogan, after the American elections, ladies and gentlemen, should convene a delegation of global leaders, maybe Pakistan, Indonesia, Malaysia, South Africa, Brazil, and take that delegation to whoever is the president-elect of the White House and tell them that, look here, that this genocide, this blockade has to stop, otherwise our relationships are going to be affected and we will have to take concrete measures. He has to take that leadership issue out of the box. Secondly, we're talking of the blockade, because these resolutions, this moralizing, this posturing, this appeal to the United Nations will not work. I feel there are three countries in the Muslim world which have very strong navies: Turkey, Pakistan, and Indonesia. We should jointly form a naval flotilla, and with the support of the UN General Assembly, we should work together to break the blockade in Gaza. the three navies. And this is doable. At least we will show we can take concrete actions. My third suggestion would be that in 2019, just before COVID, I remember there was a famous meeting of President Erdogan and Prime Minister Mahathir of Malaysia. And they had agreed that in the current context, the battle of ideas, the battle of narratives requires a common media approach where the best minds, the best brains among the journalists, the think tanks, the academics, the professionals of the Muslim world and other countries should get together to present our perspective, to break the news monopoly of the West, which is based on fake news and disinformation and misinformation. I think that proposal should be revived now. This is the need of the hour. And that can be done. Money is not the issue. The issue is political will and the strength to take us forward. And I feel that the time has come for that initiative. And finally, I'd like to say that what was the situation, Excellency, before Tufan al-Aqsa, before October 7th, and what has changed after that, after Tufan al-Aqsa? Before Tufan al-Aqsa, ladies and gentlemen, I remember 15 days before that, a fortnight, 3 different events were happening. Netanyahu, the arch war criminal, was speaking at the United Nations. And he said, he released a map. He called it the map of the new Middle East. And in that new Middle East, so-called new Middle East, there was no reference to Palestine. So they were talking of a new Middle East minus Palestine, as if the Palestinian issue does not exist. Like Golda Meir used to say, the Palestinians do not exist. And now Netanyahu, the successor to Golda Meir, is saying the Palestinian issue does not exist. Secondly, there was a meeting in New Delhi, the G20. Biden announced the Israel-India Middle East European Union Corridor, IMEC, which is thankfully buried under the rubble of Gaza now. But he was as an alternate that bring Israel also into the region. And the third thing was the National Security Advisor of Biden. His name is Jake Sullivan. He wrote an article in Foreign Affairs on 27th of September. And Excellency, you being a scholar also, you would have seen it. And I quote from that article, 27th of September, Jake Sullivan, National Security Advisor. He said, the Middle East has never been so peaceful, so calm, so stable today as never before, as if everything is sorted out. And within 10 days of that, there was Tufan al-Aqsa, which has reshaped the Middle East. The American strategy is in tatters. For the first time, American troops are now landing in Israel. They are sending these missiles. They have failed to subdue Hamas. They have failed to subdue Hezbollah. And the last attack on Lebanon, 113 Israeli soldiers have been killed or wounded in 2 attacks in Lebanon alone. And the war is expanding to the West Bank. Apart from Gaza, it's expanding to Lebanon, it's expanding to Iran. So the aggression is widening. And I think the time has come to take effective measures. And also, I would say that the so-called rules-based international order, Mr. Afghan Allah, you said rightly, has been buried also because of that. So I think we are seeing the emergence of an alternate global order based on justice, fair play, international law and the UN Charter. And as we speak today in my country, Islamabad, there's a meeting of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. Next week, President Erdogan has been invited to Kazan by President Putin for BRICS. So, you know, these are the building blocks of this new emerging order. So I feel that the time has come. In any case, we see the West in decline. The global balance of economic and political power is shifting from the West to the East. The American century is over. It's the dawn of the Asian century. And we should take the bull by the horns. And as the Latin saying is, carpe diem, seize the moment. Now is the come. Please tell your president that he should seize the moment and Turkey should take the lead, inshallah. At least we should do something. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Brother Mshahid, thank you very much for your insight and also for being very concrete in your proposals
Yes, I said
and
tuck, tuck, tuck. This is what we
suggestions.
use.
That is what we like. That is what Turkish people
Yeah, I know
really
Turkish style is like the
Aye.
mazboot, you know.
Exactly, exactly. Thank you very much. Now I would like to give the floor to a very good and old friend of mine and Turkey, Mr. Richard Czerneski, former Vice President of the European Parliament, and he's from Poland. Richard, thank you very much for coming, and you have the floor.
İyi günler. Davetiniz için
Thank you very much for your invitation. Thank you for your kind invitation. Thank you.
firstly, thank you very much indeed for inviting me for this very prestigious.
I think your voice will carry better.
Bunlar hiçbir şey.
Thank you. Firstly, thank you very much indeed for inviting me for this very prestigious and very important conference. I hope I'm not naive that I think that our conference can open the door for breaking point, on one of breaking points for the peaceful process in Middle East. One personal thanking for former Foreign Minister of Turkey, Mr. Mevlut Çavuşoğlu. When I was president of the European Union Turkey Friendship Group, European Parliament, Mr. Minister was my partner. Thank you for this very close cooperation, but also thank you for Mr. Zafer Sirakaya. I remember 10 years ago, I met him first time when he was representative of your party, AK party in Brussels. And this Turkish-Polish ties are very strong and will be strong. It's both privilege and responsibility to stand before you today as we address one of the most tragic conflicts of our time. And if our moderator asks about the role of politicians, my answer is very clear. Firstly, for Turkish politicians, place of our conference is extremely important. Ankara, the capital city of Turkey, country which can have crucial role in this tragic conflict. Turkey can ready to act a mediator in this vital process. And finally, in this context, Turkey is uniquely positioned to leverage its relationship and obviously experience to foster dialogue and understanding among conflicting parts. And question what we can do outside of Turkey, in Europe, in Asia, in Africa. Well, I would like to say that two very simple matters. Firstly, we as political class, political elites, we should respect of international law, shortly speaking, and as well the resolutions and decision of international organizations, international bodies like the United Nations. And secondly, I think more important, the matter of the implementation, because UN produce very good resolutions, but the problem is of implementing of these very good words. I think it's the real challenge for us. My first job description is historian, and few words about the history and the future. Obviously, the struggle between Israel and Palestine is not a new phenomenon. Long story, many years. But yet, you must remember that history does not have to dictate our future. And obviously, in this issue, Jack Sullivan wasn't right. And finally speaking, because I respect the appeal of Minister Çavuşoğlu, I would like to say that in my opinion, very important is the pressure of public opinion, pressure of media, pressure of civil society on NGOs, for international relation, for also governments. I think especially last year shows that not only politicians, but also ordinary people really can change of the history. Thank you. Teşekkür ederim.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Richard. And it is now my pleasure to invite Mr. Ravni Fatah, President of the Palestinian National Council. Mr. Fatah, you have the floor, sir. And thank you very much for coming.
شكرا أخي العزيز. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
Thank you in the name of Allah, the most compassionate, the most merciful. At the outset, I would like to extend our heartfelt gratitude to you on behalf of Palestinian National Council and on behalf of Palestinian people. And I also would like to thank AK Party for organizing this event, which is about the future of Palestine. I also would like to extend our gratitude to His Excellency Mr. Recep Tayyip Erdogan, the brave president, because he has always opposed strongly against the oppression in Palestine. And I am honored to be here with you. This is a very sensitive topic. This conference is on the future of Palestine. As you know, Palestine is going through a very dangerous time, and the entire region is also subject to the same threat. I once again would like to thank Mr. President Erdogan for his brave position, brave stance against this oppression and giving all this support to people of Palestine. And I also would like to thank my brothers and sisters in AK Party for all their efforts. So this conference is very important for the entire world. We see your role and the role of Turkish people as very valuable, because Turkey has always given all her support to people of Palestine. Under the leadership of Mr. Recep Tayyip Erdogan, Turkey represents a very noble position against a world which is full of oppression and injustice. And again, I would like to commend the roles of our sisters and brothers and also the governments, because they do their best in order to raise their voices, in order to defend the innocent people of Palestine. Ladies and gentlemen, today there is a war which is genocide, which is fascist, which is an apartheid regime, and it's been 1 year since this oppression started last year, and now the entire humanity is witnessing the massacres, and Israel is killing women and children in cold blood, and all the peoples all around the world are shocked against this. However, the United States of America and other supporters of Israel have never stopped in such a point in time. It is really, really shocking that we witness such kind of massacres and genocides. In one single year, Israel killed more than 50,000 Palestinian people in Gaza, in West Bank, and on top of that we have 10,000 people unreported, missing, and also we have more than 100,000 people injured, and lack of water, lack of electricity, lack of food, lack of medical supply. This is also aggraving the situation. So the actual number of those who were killed in Gaza reached up to 186,000 people, directly and indirectly, because imagine a country with a population of 3 million people, and there is a huge massacre against these people. Ladies and gentlemen, the goal of this war is not just Netanyahu explained, like the rescuing the hostages. The main and the real aim of this war is to force Palestinian people to go to Jordan or Egypt, by which they can make another Nakba, which is worse than that we had in 1948. This is a colonialism, and this is a racial, ethnic cleansing in order to establish the greater Israel. And this is a crime committed against the Palestinian people, and Israel in various levels have already declared that their target is the entire people of Palestine, and we have heard this from the fascist government of Israel. So Israel is going to attempt to extend its territories step by step, extending from Egypt to Saudi Arabia, including Jordan, Syria, and Lebanon. The ministers of Israeli government, the generals of Israeli army have already made obvious how fascist and how expansionist they are with their declarations and statements. This insanity, this lunacy is so dangerous for everyone. We need to bear this in mind. These are not only limited to the statements of some extremist groups. These are the statements coming from the members of Israeli government. These are the opinions of Israeli decision makers. So what's taking place in the world are actually due to the unconditional and infinite support given to Israel by the United States of America. And the United Nations Security Council failed to stop this war because of the veto power of the US and the UK, and this is a shame. International Court of Justice is also under attack because there are war criminals in Israel, and the Court of Justice is acting against them. The United States of America always talk about human rights and democracy, but today, with their position and attitude in Palestine and Israel conflict, we see that all their claims are in vain. Currently, the war has extended to Lebanon, and these are just implementation of their colonialist plans. They want a new Middle East. What is the new Middle East? This is just widespreading the war and the oppression to the neighboring countries to Israel. In the Mediterranean region and in the Middle East, they want to take control of the energy sources. That's why they are making all their calls. So they want to create a new Middle East with new wars. They want to drag the world into a chaos, and this is just an ancient fascism. They want to bring the world back to those dates, and it is impossible for us to accept surrendering. We need to be speaking bluntly and frankly today. So it is a very dangerous turning point for the entire humanity. All these crimes committed against people in Gaza are not only against the people in Gaza, this is against humanity, because these are all against the entire set of international human values, and they need to be condemned by each and every one. So they are trying to implement fascist practices, and they want the rules of the jungle. So this political program led by Israel and the United States, we need to be alert and agile against it, vigilant against it, because otherwise there will be a time of unending wars. And if we do not make accountable all these criminals, it's going to result in fall of the international law. We have already established our system based on our human rights values. However, this is now despotism, this is now fascism. Ladies and gentlemen, of course, the questions come one after another. What will happen after the war? After the war, the Palestine will be reconstructed, and the Palestine should be free from oppression and fascism, and also all the war criminals, all those who committed these war crimes, should be appearing in international court. They should be made accountable. And the last but not the least, Israel should end the occupation. As you know, the International Court of Justice has a resolution, has a decision about it. And also within Palestine, we need to continue our dialogue in order to bring an end to all our divides. All the Israeli occupational forces must withdraw from Palestinian lands. And the Palestinian Liberation Organization should be in charge as the only and rightful representative of the Palestine. We need reconstruction of Palestine. Our people are patient, and they are resisting with patience. We need to establish an independent state with sovereignty, with the capital of Al-Quds. We will get the victory, and we will have a future in which peace and justice prevail. So, first, the war should be stopped unconditionally, and the Israeli forces must leave Palestinian territories in line with the 1968 borders, and this is in line with actually United Nations resolution. Also, all provocations should be stopped. Secondly, all the hostages and the prisoners should be released on both sides, both in Palestine and Israel. An international peace conference must be organized in order to implement the requirements of international law. And in a certain period of time, this needs to be implemented. The solution should be based on two-state principle. Fourthly, the national unity of Palestine should be established. All the efforts should be exerted to this end, and the legal representative of the Palestinian people should be Palestinian Liberation Organization, by which we can ensure establishment of a sovereign state of Palestine, after which we will have the democratic elections. Fifthly, all the war criminals should appear in International Court of Justice so that they are held accountable. Ladies and gentlemen, before this conference, actually I was in Cairo. I came here from Cairo, and there is a dialogue between Palestinian Liberation Organization, Al-Fatah, and Hamas. And I represent Al-Fatah. And we have conducted very productive, very useful meetings for a long time. And for the first time, I can say that I started to work on this case since in 1994, and I can say that this final dialogue, this most recent dialogue, has been very, very productive, and we are going to come together for a final meeting to give the final shape to our agreement, and we will sign and conclude an agreement as Hamas and as Al-Fatah, and we will invite all different fractions, and we will make a new Palestinian declaration in order to establish a national unity government, be it in war or be it in the first day after the war. So I would like to thank all our brothers and sisters and Turkish government, Turkish people, His Excellency President Recep Tayyip Erdogan and AK Party. You have never made a mistake. You have always taken a brave stance against Israeli oppression, and thanks to your support, we will also cope with the difficult times, and we will arrive at bright days in which we will have independence, dignity, sovereignty of people of Palestine. Ladies and gentlemen, I just want to quote from our late leader Yasser Arafat. I have a rooted belief in God, and I have a rooted belief in our people, and I have a rooted belief and faith in our culture. And I have a deep faith in all the liberties and freedoms all around the world. So hand in hand, Palestine will be united and independent, and we will pray Salat in Palestine all together. So long live Palestine. Thank you.
Ateşkes, kalıcı barış ve
Thank you very much. You have reflected your own ideas about peace, ceasefire. Everybody could be silent, but we as Turkey, as the government of Turkey and people of Turkey, we will stand next to our Palestinian brothers and sisters. Of course, we have the final communique of the Turkish Grand National Assembly, and we will also continue to shout it out loud as our president does always.
Bruno Maches, who is the former Secretary of State for European Affairs of Portugal, another friendly country. and member of the European Council on Foreign Relations. Mr. Machez, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Çavuşoğlu. It's been an extraordinarily destructive year in Gaza, in Lebanon, but I think, and I want to start with that point, in our democracies, in Western democracies. I look at our democracies and I see only ruins and destruction after this year. And let me try to explain why. That imposes a great duty on Western politicians. If we care about our democracies, it's the time to speak up. It's not just Gaza that is being destroyed, it's our democracies that are being destroyed. Recently, I interviewed a doctor that was in Gaza for 2 weeks back in May and published it in a British magazine, The New Statesman, that I write for. And he told me some of the horrors he saw there. Mothers that have babies and return days later, the babies have died, there's no formula, and the mothers have no milk because they are malnourished. There's absolutely no medical supplies. This doctor took everything with him. There wasn't even those $7 tubes that you use to feed people through their stomach. And many people died because there's no soap. There is no soap, and there has been no soap in Gaza for almost a year. But he also told me something even more horrifying, that in the 15 days he was there, he saw 13 children killed with sniper shots either to the head or to the heart. Precise sniper shots to the middle of the forehead or to the heart. This was 13 young children. I asked him how young. He said very young, pre-puberty. Younger than 12 years old, cannot be mistaken for an adult. Children with very small heads, with very small bodies. He then got in touch with 45 other Western doctors. These are doctors graduated from Harvard Medical School, from Stanford Medical School. No one can suspect them of being Hamas. He talked to 45 other Western doctors. They all told him the same, about 1 child a day. Now multiply 45 by 15. You had hundreds of children that have been killed with sniper deliberate shots to the head and to the chest. And this is a fraction of what is happening because these doctors didn't even see all the cases. Now I published this interview, didn't get much attention. You struggle every day to get this story out. You only hear that people are afraid. I have many journalist friends, many writer friends, many politician friends in Europe. They all tell me they're terrified. I agree with you, Bruno, but I can't talk about it. I have children, I have a career. Maybe next year I'm going to win the Pulitzer, so I can't speak out, maybe after the Pulitzer. I mean, are we in 1930s Germany and Italy? Is this where we are? Because it sounds like it when people tell me they're terrified and they can't speak. Then you got the media create a complete parallel reality. It sounds like a collective hallucination. I mean, just 2 days ago, children were burned to death in Gaza in a refugee camp. Some of them were being treated in an improvised hospital. And this was described as 23 people reportedly died in Gaza. And then Hezbollah attacked a military base in the north of Israel. And this was reported in the media as 4 teenage Israelis were killed. The soldiers were 19 years old, but these are soldiers in a military base during a war where Israel is invading Lebanon. But when they were killed, they were reported as teenage Israelis, not even soldiers. I could spend an hour or 2 or 3 describing some of these extraordinary cases, but obviously what is happening here, it's more important than give you many examples, which you probably already know. What is happening here is that you cannot conduct a genocide without hiding it and without threatening the people that speak out against it. So the genocide goes together with the dismantling, demolition of our democracies, because freedom of speech is being demolished, information and free information is being demolished, and the freedom to speak your opinion is also being demolished, and the free press is being demolished because it publishes a complete parallel reality. So my first advice to Western politicians and parliamentarians is, if you care about Palestine, you should speak out. But even if you don't care that much about Palestine, you should speak out because your democracy is being destroyed as we speak. And if this process continues, accelerates, where brute force is accepted more and more and legitimized more and more, it won't stop here. Now, the second point is, what can governments like Turkey that know the reality that I just described, because many governments don't know or don't want to know. I think many governments know but don't want to talk about it, don't want to recognize it. Well, it is very difficult, obviously, and it's very difficult for a very simple reason, because Israel only accepts and recognizes one language, force and violence. I mean, I even disagreed with some of the comments in the first panel this morning, because the two ministers, maybe professional responsibility, they were still talking about dialogue. There will be no dialogue with Israel. Israel accepts, recognizes, understands only the language of force. Where is that force going to come from? Well, interestingly, you actually see that this announced attack on Iran is being delayed and delayed and delayed, and we all know why, right? We all know that because the Iranian attack on Israel actually penetrated the defenses, and Israel is very cautious about launching an attack on Iran before these preparations that are being made with the US to reinforce the air defenses. So you can see how Israel is actually not in a sort of madness that doesn't recognize any logic. No, the logic is being studied as if you can push forward, you push. If you can't, you don't. So it's the duty of everyone who is shocked by what is happening to make sure that Israel cannot push further. How this can be done, there was an interesting suggestion about a blockade. I know these ideas are very risky and very difficult to contemplate, but I'll finish with one comment. This is not the end of it. The crisis in the Middle East is accelerating, the region is imploding, and so there will inevitably be opportunities for countries that are shocked by what is happening to intervene in some form or another. We can have a larger regional war. We can, of course, have the ethnic cleansing of northern Gaza, which is happening as we speak. And I think there will be opportunities in the future for countries to intervene if they are prepared to intervene, particularly because we know that Israel will not stop, and further and deeper crises are coming in the next year, I'm afraid to say.
Mr. Bruno Machest, thank you. Thank you very much for sharing your thoughts and for being very open, frank and straightforward in explaining why many politicians, the press, cannot speak up. This is what we are also witnessing as parliamentarians. I'm head of the Turkish delegation to NATO Parliamentary Assembly, and during the committee meetings, sessions, and different platforms, we raise our voice against Israel's brutal and bloody acts and aggression. And then many colleagues reach us after that meeting and telling us that they exactly believe what we said, but they cannot speak up because they are intimidated. They are really scared of this, the pressure or threats coming from the media, the one controlled by Zionists and the politicians and the others, not only Israel. But there are few countries in Europe raising their voice, and only few countries. And one of them is Slovenia. I was in Bled at the beginning of September, Bled Forum, and the Prime Minister, Foreign Minister, the Parliament of Slovenia, and the Slovenian people, friendly Slovenian people, they are not intimidated. They are raising their voice, and they are very firm. We have a friend from Slovenia, Mr. Miroslav Gregoric, a member of the Slovenian Parliament, and I would like to thank for this firm and strong stance against Israel's brutal aggression. And you have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much. First, I would like to sincerely thank AK Party organizers for the invitation. It is a great honor for me to be here with you today. And let me start with Mr. Bruno Maceos when he challenged and said, speak up. I'm the oldest member of my parliament. I'm a very young politician because it was not my previous life, but I speak up. So I'm glad that Palestine has already been recognized by 147 states, this year alone by 4 Caribbean states, plus Ireland, Spain, Norway, and my country, Slovenia. In the European area, more than half of states have recognized Palestine so far. Let me go to the current tragedy in Palestine, Lebanon, and the Middle East. What was the purpose of Hamas' attack on 7 October last year? To end the 57 years occupation of Israel? To alert the world of the conditions of the largest prison in the world, the Gaza Strip? To alert of the apartheid practices by Israel government in the occupied West Bank, Jerusalem, and the Golan Heights? The terrorist attack did not occur in a vacuum, but after many years of illegal occupation. What is the purpose of Israel's retaliatory actions? To finally evict the Palestinians from Gaza to Sinai? I have a strange feeling about the fact that the most effective intelligence organizations in the world, the Mossad, the CIA, the MI6, and others, have not picked up any noise or indication that something is brewing. The Egyptians even informed the Israeli authorities a few days before the terrorist attack. What if this was a false flag for a larger project? If we want to understand the behavior of the current regime in Israel, we need to know 2 documents: the Oded Yinon Plan of 1982 and the Clean Break from 1996, which Richard Pearl and the other neocons wrote as a guide to Mr. Netanyahu before the 96 elections. A clean break means a break from the Oslo peace accords for the 2-state solutions. Mr. Netanyahu has repeatedly stated that there will be no Palestinian state. Therefore, it is not surprising that Hamas uses the opposite slogan, from the river to the sea. Israel has been the occupier of the Palestine territories in Gaza and the West Bank for 57 years or more, as well as the occupier of a small part of Lebanon and the Syrian Golan Heights. On the Golan, the Israeli government granted concessions for exploration and extraction of oil to a private company, which found large oil reserves. There are large reserves of natural gas in the Mediterranean Sea, just in front of Gaza. In the occupied territories, the Israel government practices apartheid, and in Gaza and Lebanon now is carrying out genocide. In the West Bank, Jerusalem, and Golan Heights, the Israeli government supports illegal Jewish settlements, connecting them with new roads and securing them with 8-meter-high concrete fences that prevent Palestinian movement. The current Israeli regime is outside, if not above, the international order. And I give you just a few examples. It is not member of the Treaty on the Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons. It does not have a safeguards agreement with the International Atomic Energy Agency, and therefore Israeli nuclear facilities and material are never inspected by IAEA. But it has over 100 nuclear bombs and 6 super silent imported submarines that can carry nuclear missiles. It is not party to the CTBT, or Comprehensive Nuclear Test Ban Treaty. It is not party to the Chemical Weapons Convention. It is not party to the Convention on the Prohibition of Biological Weapons. For 14 years, it has blocked the convening of a conference on the Middle East zone free of weapons of mass destruction. It's not member of the International Criminal Court or the Roman Statute. The Israel government successfully convinced President Trump to unilaterally terminate the JCPOA, or Iran nuclear deal, which was anonymously adopted by the UN Security Council in a 110-page resolution 2231 in 2015. The Israeli regime ignores more than 40 resolutions in the Security Council and the UN General Assembly. It also ignores the recent decisions of the International Court of Justice in The Hague to immediately stop the attacks on Gaza. The retaliatory revenge actions of the Israeli army have exceeded all reasonable limits in the last year. The number of dead civilians, women and children is about 42,000. Practically all hospitals, schools, mosques, churches, and electrical infrastructure has been destroyed. Most residential buildings have been razed to the ground. Water supply is blocked, food and fuel. The delivery of humanitarian aid is blocked. Children and old people are starving. Israel government is practicing collective punishment on Palestinian population. Recent paper in UK medical journal The Lancet predicted that actual death toll in Gaza could be as high as 180,000. What is happening in Gaza can be described as genocide. Also, journalists and UN civil servants and even UN peacekeeping forces are being targeted. Israel government is using terrorist acts to assassinate by remotely exploding pagers or walkie-talkies. They don't care for collateral damage among civilians. Example is recent bombing of a complex of 10 high residential buildings in Beirut to dust with 80 bunker buster bombs to eliminate one leader of Hezbollah. In 1 year, estimated 75,000 tons of bombs were dropped in Gaza, which is more than all bombings of Dresden, Hamburg, and London during the Second World War combined, or 3 nuclear bombs like in Hiroshima and Nagasaki. And unfortunately, as I speak, bombs are being supplied to Israel. I was in a core group pushing in Slovenian parliament for the recognition of Palestine, and finally our government prepared the relevant act to be approved by the parliament. Our recognition of the state of parliament was finally declared on 4th of June this year with 52 votes for and none against in a 90-seat parliament. What is needed urgently is ceasefire, end of hostilities, end of starvation, humanitarian supply of food, water, fuel, release of all hostages and prisoners, and providing shelter for the people before winter. I am for peace in Israel and Palestine. I am for international conference on two-state solution. I am for security guarantees for Israel and Palestine. I am for the solution of two states that recognize each other and cooperate in peace. Let us respect the Palestinians' right to self-determination. Unfortunately, some states support Israel regardless of his crimes. The Slovenian government should continue to strive for a solution that leads to two-state solution inside the EU and in the UN Security Council and in the General Assembly. The parliaments should connect and in dialogue and put pressure on their governments to find solutions to urgent peace and two-state solution. Let me end quoting Dr. Robert Golob, my Prime Minister, during the recent UN debate. I quote, "I want to say this loud and clear to the Israeli government. Stop the bloodshed, stop the suffering, bring the hostages home and end the occupation. Mr. Netanyahu, stop this war now." End of quote. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Gregoric, for your statement and the insights, which are also reflecting not only the emotions of the people of Slovenia, all emotions of all of us. As I promised, I'll take some questions from the floor, maybe 3 questions. Please, only questions, no remarks, and no comments, and please identify yourself and tell us to whom you are putting the question. Sadece 3 soru alıyoruz. Lütfen yorum yok. Sadece soruyu sorun ve kendinizi tanıtın. Çünkü Cüneyt Yüksel sabırsız da bir sonraki paneli başlatmak için burada bekliyor. Arada saatine de bakıyor. Please.
Thank you very much, Excellency, and your very well summary of the panel. I would like to thank two distinguished guests as well. I am coming from another Muslim country who is seeking and demanding
Please, no, just put your question, please.
two-state solution. I'm coming from Turkish Republic of Northern Cyprus. I'm a member of parliament. My name is Oğuzhan Hasiboğlu. And at the moment, we are also asking two-state solution from the world, like Palestine. Our difference is why we can ask this, because we have a motherland, Turkey, we have a guarantor power, and in 1974, because of this thankful intervention, now we live in peace, and we can afford now, and we ask from the world two-state solution. And what I am asking is, wouldn't it be possible to develop a guarantee mechanism for Palestine to secure their territorial integrity and to open the future of their independence and to open the way for two-state solution? I would like to ask this. I would like to ask.
Who should answer your question, please?
Well, I would like to ask this question to Mr. Richard Senarski. I'm sorry for the pronunciation.
And next, I'll take 3 questions in row. Hemen önde, hanımefendiye lütfen. Sadece soru lütfen. Tabii ki Kuzey Kıbrıs Türk Cumhuriyeti'ne biraz pozitif ayrımcılık yaptık. Onlar kendi pozisyonunu da anlatmak durumunda. İki devletli çözümden başka bir çözüm olmadığını bizzat yaşayan bir kardeşiniz olarak bir kere daha vurgulamak isterim.
Çok teşekkürler ediyorum saygıdeğer konuklar. Efendim ben Şengül Hamit, Şeni Hamit.
My name is Sheni Hamid. I come from England, Egypt and Turkey. I'm an expert of international relations. My question is this. The root cause is actually Islamophobia. So in international arena, I believe that we need to take an action against Islamophobia. So the question is to you, Mr. Çavuşoğlu. Then my question goes to Mr. Revhi Fatuh.
Please. Sağda, en arkada, sağda.
On the right-hand side, the participant at the back row. Of course, I have some thoughts about Islamophobia, but I'm the moderator. On the right-hand side.
Question, on the question.
تمام هو السؤال انه احنا انا محمد من غزة.
I come from Gaza. My name is Mohammed. Praise be to Allah. My family witnessed the war, and as Mr. President Erdogan said, how can we create an Islamic pact against invasion and Zionism?
Before I give the floor to the speakers on Islamophobia, I think there is the term is Islamophobia is misunderstood. Yani Islamophobia kavramı, terimi.
So this terminology is wrong. It's something fear of Islam. It is perceived as fear of Islam. In Council of Europe and in other platforms, there were some reports produced. The main problem is this. In all of these works, they try to explain why they have the fear of Islam. They do not indicate that Islamophobia is a crime against humanity, but they try to justify their fear for radical Islam. So first we need to change this understanding.
Richard, you want to start? Can I have the second microphone? Please be brief, very brief.
Yeah, okay. Teşekkür ederim for this very important question. Firstly, warm greetings for the Turkish community in Northern Cyprus. Between 2004 and 2009, I was the member of special high-level contact group, European Parliament. We were in your country. We try support the efforts for respect of the rights of your community there. By the way, I have been 2 times also not as politician, with private visit. This year, I spent my winter holiday with my family, and I support your economy. And obviously, it's the, I think, very important issue. Obviously, everybody knows which country or countries blockade this solution. But I think you should remember the very clear plan of the former Secretary General of United Nations, and I think we should back to this agenda. Cross my fingers for your compatriots. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. President, I think 2 questions were put to you.
يعني قضية للأسف بعض الإجابات.
My apologies. I want to give an answer to the question regarding Islamophobia. There are some terrorist organizations which actually pretend to be Muslim, and then the others have just attributed all the crimes committed by these terrorist organizations to all Muslims. And this is something created by the West, by the USA. I am not a mufti. I am not a scholar of Islam, but I am just a Muslim. I say that Islam is based on respect for rights of human rights. However, the West and the US just fabricated this fear of Islam in order to ensure opposition against political Islam, and it can be traced back to 1950s. It is not such an effective project, but we always say Islam should be considered free from all these terrorist groups. Currently, we are giving a fight. We are fighting this in order to be able to stay in our homelands. So my brother is coming from Slovenia, and he has spoken just the way Palestinians speak. So it means that this is not a regional issue, this is not a national issue, this is a global issue. Now we face tragedies, we face ethnic cleansing, and the consciousness of the entire globe has started to wake up. And my endless thanks to Turkey, Recep Tayyip Erdoğan, and AK Party. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, before I conclude or end this panel or session, and I would like to thank all the speakers for their valuable contributions. And as politicians and parliamentarians, we are the voice of the people, our people. But we shouldn't forget that we are also the voice of the civilians, children, and women of Palestine and Gaza, and desperate for justice in pursuing their life to live in peace and prosperity and dignity. Therefore, we should always keep this in our mind when we raise our voice and without any intimidating, and also when we support the right of the people in need, I mean in despair, not only Palestinians. Therefore, we shouldn't forget that we are the voice of the people. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Çok teşekkür ederim katılımınızdan dolayı.
Thank you so much for your participation. Thank you.
Thank you to our moderator, Mr. Mevlüt Çavuşoğlu, and our esteemed panelists joining us here today at this conference. Much appreciated. All right, so we're going to move on to our third and final panel of the day. If I can have everyone stay seated in their seats. Thank you all very much.
Thank you very much.
No worries. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Okay.
I will take that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Maybe yes.
My friends will help you. Maybe this one. Here you go. Değerli misafirlerimiz, üçüncü...
Ladies and gentlemen, now we have come to the third and the final panel of the day. We will not giving any break. We will not give any break. I kindly invite you back to your seats. There is a huge interest in our panelists, but we don't want to give any break, and we just want to continue with the final session.
Everyone to make their way to their seats as we are going to start the third and final panel of the day. I'm so sorry, but can I invite you guys to the stage? Is that okay? Because I'm gonna invite you guys to. Well, actually, you know what? That's fine. Well, okay. All right. So without further ado, we are going to continue to the third and final panel of the day. On December 29, 2023, South Africa filed its genocide case against Israel at the International Court of Justice. Since then, many countries have either announced their intention to file or have formally filed a declaration of intervention, including this country, Turkey. Leading that delegation is the moderator of our third and final panel of the day. I'd now like to welcome Mr. Cüneyt Yüksel, the chairman of the Committee on Justice of the Turkish Grand National Assembly, to moderate our panel. Our esteemed guests haven't put me in the trouble of calling them one by one to the stage. They've all already made their way here. So if you could bear with me, I'm just going to introduce them one by one to you all today. With us today is Mr. Salman Said, Professor of Rhetoric and Decolonial Thought at the University of Leeds and the head of the School of Sociology and Social Policy. I'd also like to welcome international law barrister and Atlantic Council senior member, Ms. Heidi Dekstall. Joining us from Madrid is the Foreign Policy Director of Fundación Alternativas, Mr. Vicente Palacio. And last but not least, I'd like to welcome the Assistant Professor in Public International Law at the University of Nottingham School of Law, Mr. Victor Catan. Thank you all so much for being with us here today. The floor is yours, sir.
Şimdi duyuluyor herhalde.
Distinguished participants, dear guests, this is the third session of the Conference on the Future of Palestine, and our theme is Navigating the Future of International Order, Palestine, International Law and Human Rights. So in this session with our invaluable panel, we will be elaborating on the genocide, war crimes and the crimes committed against humanity. International regulations will be our framework, and also we will also talk about the role of international law and the human rights fight. Before giving the floor to the members of our panel, as an expert of international law, I would like to say a few words about the violations of international law in Palestine. As you know, on 7th of October 2023, Israel started a genocide in Gaza for more than 1 year. Most of the victims are women and children. 50,000 civilians were collaterally massacred in this genocide, and we have more than 100,000 people injured. Probably you will remember in the first days of this aggression, the Al Ahli hospital was bombed on the 17th of October. That hospital was bombed, and there were at least 500 civilians were taking shelter in the backyard of this hospital because they considered it as a safe place, and more than 500 women and children were massacred there. And at the International Court of Justice, in the genocide case made by South Africa against Israel, actually we also provided some documents as well. And when I looked at the defense of Israel in the tribunal, and at the beginning, Israel said they did not make the attack to the hospital, but then they tried to justify their attack by just showing some insignificant and meaningless nonsense pictures, claiming that Hamas was hiding under that hospital. And precautionary measures were decided by the International Court of Justice after that tribunal. However, international community failed to take actions against Israel after that resolution, and UN Security Council could not make a resolution against Israel, and at this point we just faced a huge massacre and genocide in Palestine. There is one fact on which the international community agrees. The Israeli military operation against Gaza is not a war or is not a conflict, but it is a systematic genocide which has been conducted throughout generations. In Gaza, children cannot grow. Mothers lose their children. Fathers just have to watch these happening helplessly. Imagine such a genocide. And this massacre against Gaza and the blockades turned Gaza into the largest graveyard in the world and the largest outdoor prison. And we saw it in the defense of Israel in the International Court of Justice. They just claimed it as the self-defense, but it is impossible to consider it self-defense because there is a systematic annihilation, and we cannot keep indifferent to this kind of an annihilation, a systematic annihilation. And here we also see a strategy to annihilate an entire people step by step, which is in violation of the international law. Distinguished participants, of course, in Gaza, this genocide did not start on the 5th of October 2023. There is a history of apartheid, 76 years and 57 years invasion and 17 years blockade against Gaza. And this aggression, this offensive of Israel for years was just subject to impunity. And because of this impunity, this genocide regime, this fascist regime was encouraged. As Mr. Guterres, the Secretary General of UN, explained, Gaza is now more than a humanitarian tragedy. This is a tragedy of mankind. So it is not only the innocent people who are being killed in Gaza, but also the dream of a peaceful world, the justice, are also the victims that are being murdered. And there was a Turkish girl who was assassinated in West Bank, and she was making a peaceful demonstration, and she was directly targeted by a sniper, and the post-mortem examination showed that the bullet just entered into her head from the front and just damaged the skull at the back. And this should not be without any punishment. And it happened back in 2022. Rachel Puri was also assassinated deliberately and purposefully. Israel is attacking the activists, civilians, doctors, journalists. It's a terrorist regime. And now Israel started to attack the UNIFIL staff in Lebanon, the UN peacekeeping force. As you know, UNIFIL is now in the range of the bombs and the rifles of Israeli army in Lebanon. So what we see here is that Israel is taking steps towards making Lebanon another Gaza. So everywhere is now being bombed there. Therefore, there is another humanitarian tragedy, humanitarian crisis deteriorating day by day, not only in Gaza, but also in Lebanon. We face it. And in the last couple of days, we hear some reports that Israel is attacking the UNIFIL troops with chemical weapons. Our president has a motto: the world is bigger than five. And in this point of time, we come to understand why the world needs to be bigger than five. And now Israel has become a psychosis and declared the UN Secretary General as persona non grata. And Israel just declared the International Court of Justice anti-Semitic, the journalists, activists, and doctors as terrorists, and the temples, schools, and the hospitals as the frontiers, the trenches of the enemy. So this is just telling us that there is a psychosis, and this is loss of mind, actually. Loss of sense and loss of mind. As our president stated today, Israel has been implementing a genocide for 1 year, and Israel is going to pay its cost, just as the way Hitler was stopped at some time. Israel, Netanyahu, will also be stopped by international community. Although there is an obvious breach of international law in terms of taking concrete measures, there are many obstacles. There are lots of UN General Assembly resolutions, and there are also advices and resolutions from the International Court of Justice under the genocide case. There are some precautionary measures, but this issue has not been solved.
Brief introduction. Now, let me turn into our distinguished speakers. First, Michael Barnett, Professor of International Relations at Georgetown University. George Washington. I'm sorry. Georgetown is also a good school, but George Washington. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I really appreciate the invitation to be here today and to speak about a critically important subject, the future of Palestine. Can you hear me okay? Okay, good. I also want to thank for inviting me, Dr. Yakin, and my real host, Bakir Ahlan, who really did an amazing job sort of with logistics and getting me here. I have 5 points I want to make, and by the way, I want to congratulate you for still being here at this very late moment. The first point I want to make actually goes back to something that was said at the beginning of the day about the linkage between the liberal international order and the future of Palestine. I'm not actually a big believer that there's an existence of a liberal international order. I don't actually think it exists. But what matters is not what I think, it's that those who are the key stakeholders and players actually think there's something called a liberal international order, and it's mainly aspirational. We'd like to be liberal states, we'd like to be ideal liberals, but we know that we sin and then we fail, and that often we're hypocrites. But the point, though, is a lot of what we're talking about in terms of the rights of the Palestinians, self-determination, accountability for crimes committed by Israel, are there in place, in part, I want to underline in part, because of the liberal international order. That same order that was constructed by the US and many other Western countries after World War II. And so while they're hypocrites, which I expect of all states are hypocrites, so this doesn't necessarily surprise me. Hypocrisy is not a bad thing, in part because it tells you that these norms still exist. And as a consequence, states, even while they're being hypocrites, often need to justify their hypocrisy. And as long as they're hypocrites, we've got some good news. Because if they were all illiberal, and we didn't have a liberal international order, we really wouldn't be able to get much more traction on a future for Palestine. So I want to emphasize that this liberal international order that many rightly castigate also provides some of the social traction for many of the arguments that are being made today and elsewhere. A year ago, last April, my second point, I published with three very, very eminent scholars in the Middle East, a book called Israel and the One-State Reality. And we also published in Foreign Affairs a smaller version of that. And it actually had an impact to the extent that we got lots of hate mail for it. And we ended up, getting, in some cases, death threats. So, and I congratulate Foreign Affairs for actually publishing a piece in which we say the following. One, that there is no two-state solution. It's dead. It does not exist. And we moan the fact that everybody talks about the two-state solution when at this moment, no one actually believes it will happen. And when I've talked to people in the Biden administration, why do you keep talking about a two-state solution? Their answer is, what else would we say? We got nothing else for you. So we'll talk about the two-state solution. I've heard this from West European leaders as well, because in fact, if we didn't talk about the two-state solution, well, then we'd have to talk about other things about Israel, which we really don't want to talk about. So we'll keep the two-state solution as a nice fantasy that distracts everybody from what's really going on. So the other piece that and I want to emphasize, we argue that there's a one-state reality, not a one-state solution. A one-state solution is not a solution to anything, but rather there's a one-state reality that has been in place between Israel and the occupied territories for at least a decade. And it is becoming more and more of a reality every year. And we've seen it expedited over the last year. Now, one of the things about this one-state reality is that we now have a Jewish population that rules over a Palestinian population that is either slightly below or equal to the population of Jewish Israelis. This raises the context for which many people argue, as we did in the article, that this is apartheid. And there's no really easy way around it. That this is apartheid, and that Israel is increasingly embracing an apartheid regime. Remember, we're writing this along with many other people, and Human Rights Watch and others, and Palestinian activists, before Gaza. This is a problem for Israel and for the international community. And there was at that moment, especially before the October War, there was even more concern about the health of Israeli democracy, because as you might recall, there were ongoing protests in Israel against the Netanyahu government because of what it was trying to do was extinguish the independence of the Supreme Court, which would in fact end a good chunk of what we understand democracy to be. So there were signs of Israel's delegitimation already taking place. And it wasn't delegitimation from the outside, it was delegitimation from the inside. What's happened since Gaza, I think, has been a complete and utter and unbridled move to tighten this one-state reality. As has been said so many times over the course of the day, it's not just Gaza, but it's also the West Bank, where more settlements are expanding and more Palestinian villages are being destroyed. I think there's some interesting developments that have taken place in terms of resistance from the West, which I want to turn to in just a minute. The third point I want to make is this question about Israel's perception of the world. There really wasn't much of an effort to think about how does Israel view the world, which I find a little strange, since if there's going to be a two-state solution, it's going to come through Ramallah and Jerusalem. It's not going to come, as we've seen, by the international community. And my assumption as a social scientist is that if you want to understand what are the trend lines, it's a good idea to get a better sense of how it is your foe or your partner sees the world. And it doesn't mean to legitimate it, but to understand it. And I think in that sense, there hasn't really been much of an attempt here to think about how is Israel taking in October 7th and other developments prior and since. And I don't think it actually really helps us, with all due respect, to say that Israel is in a moment of psychosis, because that becomes a way of just dismissing Israel, when in fact we need a solid empirical base. And what does that mean? We need to take Israel's security assessments and risk profile seriously. What is it they're seeing about the world? Well, no one actually mentioned today, which I find kind of curious, the fact that Hamas attacked on October 7th. Yes, there's a context here, but the failure to actually recognize this, I find, in many ways, acontextual. There was no mention of Hezbollah and the fact that it, in solidarity with the Palestinians, also started on October 7th raining rockets on Israel. So I don't know why these things are excluded from the story, but I think it's dangerous to do so because it presents, I think, a distorted image of what has been going on in the conflict, and therefore presents a distorted image of how it's supposed to end. What would this mean if we were to take seriously Israeli worldviews? Well, I think what it would mean is the following. First, I don't think language of Israel as a fascist or genocidal regime or a Zionist conspiracy helps. All it does is play into, quite frankly, the perception of many Israelis that the world is out to get them. Again, you can do with it what you will, but it is about trying to figure out how to meet the Israelis at this moment. Second, if Israel believes that the world does not care about its suffering, then maybe a few comments that actually recognizes Israeli suffering as well. I come from the humanitarian world, and I've had no problem recognizing simultaneously Israeli and Palestinian suffering, because one of the principles of humanitarianism is non-discrimination, that all people count, all suffering matters. And so I could, before October 7th, write as I did about Palestinian suffering. But then I could also write about October 7th about Israeli suffering. And to live in a world in which one people's suffering dominates over another's is not a world I want to live in. And it defeats all questions about humanity, because humanity means extending care and compassion to others because of their humanity. So when I hear the figures about the number of people who have died or have been displaced during Gaza and Lebanon, I do wonder whether Israeli lives are included in that count. Are the 100,000 Israelis who are now internally displaced peoples count? And it's not to say you should care about them, but to not count them is to say they don't matter. And I do think that's a problem. And it leads to something that I really do worry about. I've heard it a lot from Israel in respect to the Palestinians, which is the dehumanization of the other. And I think it's really easy to slide into that language whenever you're talking about your enemy. But it means that it's really important for us to actually resist that dehumanization, to treat others as if they're human, deserving respect and dignity. Otherwise, we get nowhere. One of the other things I wonder about is if you really care about a two-state solution, then you need to find a way to support Israeli and Palestinian civil societies. Right now, Israeli civil society is hurting. Their voices are being extinguished. So I care about Israeli civil society because if that goes, there's nothing left to, in many ways, put a guardrail on Netanyahu and the extremists. And it also means supporting Palestinian civil society and those experiments and initiatives that are still, despite all hope, trying to create a common footprint. And more needs to be done to support those who are doing this. The last point I want to raise has to do with what should be done in the interim between where we are now and a two-state solution. One of the reasons I actually don't like all the talk about the two-state solution is that it focuses your mind on the far and distant future, as opposed to what's going on right now. And as I've written about, what the Palestinians need more than anything right now, as today has demonstrated, is protection. So as someone who works in the humanitarian field, protection is one of the first things you think about for marginal and vulnerable populations. And we need to ask ourselves what instruments are out there, whether it's human rights law, NGO advocacy, that can actually help provide the protection. And some of the most interesting experiments that are happening as I speak is the fact that the US and the UK and a few other European countries have now begun to mark some settler organizations and many settlers as terrorists. It's growing, the list is growing, so they are not allowed back into the US. My recommendation is that the US begin to use its terror financing laws, which it used quite a bit and quite successfully against Islamic organizations, use it against those Jewish organizations that are at times funneling money to the settlers. Dry them up. And I think, we're moving in that direction. And I think that actually can make a difference. But we have to, begin to see the small things that are going on behind the scenes, even as the US and the UK and others do not do enough to protect the Palestinians right now. Anyway, I thank you for your time and for a really interesting and thought-provoking conference. Thank you.
Okay. Michael, thank you very much. I think you put a liberal understanding of international order. Of course, I do not agree with many of things you said. I think the solution is especially ending Israel's occupation of Palestine and establishing a sovereign and independent Palestinian state with Jerusalem as it is capital within the 1967 borders. I think it's essential for a lasting and sustainable solution. And here, only a path based on equality and justice can end the century-long struggle in Palestine with a lasting peace. This also brings the freedom that the Palestinian people deserve, I think. Sure.
Thank you. When I talk about protection, I don't mean that in lieu of a two-state solution. For those of us who followed Oslo, you know what happened, which is that 2 decades of debate and negotiation only led to more creeping settlement activity and annexation, and fewer protections for the Palestinians. So my point is that go ahead, negotiate for a two-state solution, but don't forget the fundamental needs of protection of the Palestinians here and now.
Now, I'll move on. Salman Said, professor of post-colonial thought and head of sociology department at the University of Leeds. And his topic will be on the theme on the future of the international order after Gaza. Please.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. I'm no longer the head of school, but that's just a minor point here. I want to thank the organizers for having this conference and thank the audience for staying for what's been a very long and hopefully compelling day. I only have 3 points to make, so I'll try and make them more briefly, and I can. So the first thing I want to start off with is really the conference considers the future of Palestine. And what I'd like to suggest to you is that it is our future is Palestine unless we do something about the situation right now. And what I mean by that, one of the things about the situation around Palestine is that it has broken the normal conventions between what is considered to be domestic policy and what is considered to be international policy. You can see this all over the place. It's also brought out some of the other tensions which underlie not just the region, but the world itself. For example, how can you have a human rights when you don't have you have a regime or a series of regimes committed to dehumanization? So how can you actually have a situation in which you have governments which are accountable to their people who tend to support the Palestinians and governments in the region who are authoritarian, who do not necessarily care about the Palestinians as much as they may say they want to do? We need to be sure that also there are internal divisions around the issue around Palestine which enables that. And again, this is something that's really, really important, that we just don't gloss over this, that there are divisions in that. There are people versus government all over the place here. But there is also an issue about Palestinianization, is about what it's doing to rewriting the social contract. And here I would just like to focus on the established liberal democracies, and I'll make the point about established liberal democracies. We have lived in a world where since at least 1945, or even since 1991, with the notion that the liberal democratic order was the only and the best hope for humanity, and it was the only future for humanity. We could not think of anything else because there was nothing else. This is, of course, the very famous end of history thesis, which everyone scoffs at, but secretly everyone believes in, because our solutions never go beyond the limits of what we can think within the framework of liberal democracy. But you have a situation now where countries which have considered themselves to be the custodians of liberalism and democracy, finding out that their liberalism and their democracy is hollow. You've seen that in relation to how they've dealt or are dealing with pro-Palestinian protests. The freedom of expression, academic freedom, often becomes emptied. You see this in relation to the way in which ideas about what kind of states are possible. You see this in a larger context where what is a citizen and what rights citizens have becomes much more precarious and conditional. And this leads me to the second point that I want to make. And this is something that perhaps many of us have only learned this year. Maybe the Palestinians have known this for 100 years, and maybe people who have memories of colonialism have known longer. And that is that liberalism and democracy has always been compatible with colonialism and racism. This is, if you look at the history of the United States, it was quite compatible for it to be liberal and democratic and have an apartheid system operating. Countries like Britain and France, who will consider to be liberal and democratic at many parts of their history, would say to you, we have free rights, etc., all the liberal democratic rights, but 90% or 95% in some cases of the population they ruled had very little or no political rights. So the compatibility of racism and colonialism with liberal and democracy is not something new. It is something which has always been inherent. And it's only the advances of anti-colonial and anti-racist struggles which have tried to disarticulate that. And it is important to bear that in mind. So when we start thinking about the renegotiation of what is happening to citizenship, we should also bear in mind that one of the risks that we face is a return of colonialism and racism in many different forms, undermining liberalism and democracy. The next point that I want to make is the question about Islamophobia, and I would like to suggest that Islamophobia is one of the ways in which the international order is being reconvened and reorganized. It has become the grammar of the international world because countries from very distant geographies, sometimes even distant histories, are able to agree or converge on Islamophobia. And Islamophobia then feeds a dehumanization. In a sense, Islamophobia leads to the Palestinianization of Muslimness across the planet. So you can have governments in India, China, United States, Austria, France, and you can add to the list or detract to the list. We can dispute that. Who can actually introduce Islamophobia and carry out Islamophobia as a way of undermining their democratic credentials. And therefore, I think it's important that we understand that what is happening in Gaza, what is happening in Palestine, what is happening in Lebanon, what is happening in Yemen, Syria, Iran, etc., these are linked and are made possible because Islamophobia means that we're dealing with two types of humanity now. The humans that we don't care about and the humans that do suffer. So I think this is important. And the final point that I really want to make is that ultimately we have conferences and agreements and we all have very good ideas about how to make things better. It's not that we lack ideas how to make things better, but the real problem is that there is no political will. Or where there is political will, there's no political capacity. And without investigating the absence of political will to make a difference to what is happening, we are unable to understand why after 1 year, after the horrors that we've seen and have witnessed, we are unable to even think about these horrors not continuing. Because there is absolutely no political will or there's no political capacity. So the first question is, how can we build political will? What do we need to do? And I think here it's important that we think about what is common, how can we actually help make those who are moved by the Gaza and Palestine and the unfolding genocide, and how we can build political capacity to do something. And those two things are separate questions. The final point that I really want to make is this, that it's very, very important, and I think Michael touched upon this, that we don't get into an Olympics of suffering. But it's also very important that we don't misrecognize the asymmetries of power and violence in this production of death and destruction. So while everyone wants, and we always want, basic humanity, if we are dealing with the dehumanization, then it is very, very difficult. And the final point I would say to you is that we've seen this movie before. Many of the things that are being repeated and done happened in Bosnia. When it was a failure, it was attacks on UN was complicit in many, many areas, and it was a failure to recognize the violence was occurring, and then there was the idea that both sides are carrying this violence, and there was no narrative to try and diagnose the problem. So if we want to recognize what is happening, if we want to talk about the future of Palestine, and we do not want what is our future to become what is Palestine, then I think we need to collectively make greater efforts to build a political will to do better than what we have done over this last year.
Thank you very much, Salman. I think that's the key, dehumanization, and that's what's happening in Gaza. And references by Israelis, President, Prime Minister, and all the other,
let's put it, more cabinet. Actually, what's happening is dehumanizing Gaza. That's one of the main problems, and one of the actually strongest point in genocide case, because that is, ladies and gentlemen, that's genocidal intent, dehumanization of any land or any society.
Can I just say one thing?
Giving, like, human animals.
Sorry. I think dehumanization is very important, but the more important is the political will that allows dehumanization to occur and reoccur. And I think that is really the important thing that we can take away from here. Genocide, dehumanization is the symptom of genocide. It's not necessarily the cause of genocide.
Now we have another speaker, international lawyer, senior fellow at the Atlantic Council, Ms. Heide Dikstal. Did I pronounce it right?
Yes.
Okay,
Well, thank you so much. And first of all, thank you very much to the organizers for a day of meaningful and constructive conversation. I'm the first of the legal colleagues on this panel, so I will be moving towards a discussion on international law. And what I've been asked to discuss is the limits and possibilities of international criminal law addressing the situation in Palestine. Specifically, what's the realities of the present? What are the possibilities moving forward? And why it is so important to have a firm commitment at this time to international laws and the principles that underline it. So let's start with where we are now. And I'm going to start with the International Criminal Court. That's what I'll be addressing today. By now, we've all heard that the prosecutor of the International Criminal Court submitted an application for arrest warrants against 5 individuals, 3 individuals from Palestine, 2 Israeli officials, in May of this year. Now, that application was submitted confidentially. It was submitted to the pretrial chamber, to the judges at the International Criminal Court, because the prosecutor cannot decide for himself to issue arrest warrants, but the procedure is that the judges must review the evidence that was submitted with those applications and decide whether there's a sufficient basis to move forward with granting those applications and issuing arrest warrants. So that's a procedure that is typical. It gives the judges the independence, the impartiality, the space to make those decisions. But we do know, we have a bit of an insight into what is in those applications, because we haven't been able to see the documents. We haven't been able to see exactly what the charges are or what the evidence is that is grounding those allegations. But the prosecution has given an indication. As to the crimes in Gaza and against the 2 Israeli officials, Prime Minister Netanyahu and Defense Minister Gallant, we know that there's a series of international crimes, including starvation, willfully causing great suffering, willfully killing, intentionally directing attacks against civilians, extermination in the context of starvation, persecution, other humane acts, both war crimes and crimes against humanity that have been raised by the prosecution. And all of those crimes that are in the Rome Statute are rooted in the laws of war and in international humanitarian law, and in those main principles that underline international law. So distinction, that you cannot be targeting of civilians, only combatants, in proportionality, in making sure that any attack is proportionate to the military advantage it might gain, and precaution as well. So what are those practical measures that can work towards avoiding or minimizing harm to civilians? But all of those crimes have crossed that line and have violated those principles that underline the crimes that are in the Rome Statute. And what the prosecution has said in its public statement is that there is sufficient evidence that the crimes were part of a widespread and systematic attack on the civilian population pursuant to a state policy and also part of a common plan, that there's enough evidence to speak to that common plan, that plan was not only to eliminate Hamas and release the hostages, but also towards collectively punishing the Palestinian population. Now, it's been 5 months, coming up on 5 months now, since the prosecution submitted those arrest warrant applications. And that leaves us wondering where we are, and with this time that has passed, I think one thing that's helpful is to look at what has happened in the past when the prosecution at the ICC has made applications for arrest warrants, because there has been a trend about how long it usually takes for the judges to review those applications and make a decision on them. There's no set time limit in the procedures, there's no regulation on how quickly they must do it, but there has been a trend of about a month. And that has been for what we've seen in the situation in Ukraine regarding arrest warrants against Russian nationals, including a head of state, and also in Libya against the head of state Muammar Gaddafi, and also in the Ivory Coast against Laurent Gbagbo. So now that we're approaching 5 months, it does cause one to wonder what is taking so long, and what is the delay? Because one of the most important things to remember is that there's multiple goals to international criminal justice. There is that primary goal of adjudicating the guilt or innocence of the person that comes before the court. But there are those other goals as well, and one of them is deterrence. And by having this delay in the arrest warrants, the decision on the application for arrest warrants, that goal of having a deterrent effect on more crimes being committed is jeopardized and is a cause of great concern. So one of the reasons it could potentially be delayed is because of the extent of the evidence that the judges are having to review. And of course, as I said before, we don't know exactly what evidence has been submitted by the prosecution or how much. But what's in the public sphere at the moment gives an indication that there is a wealth of information that might be before the ICC at the moment and that must be reviewed. I work with an organization in London called International Center of Justice for Palestinians, ICJP. It has its own investigative unit, which has been collecting evidence and which has also submitted evidence to the ICC as well. And a lot of that evidence goes directly towards the very crimes that have been raised in these arrest warrant applications. And the examples just show the magnitude of the evidence that's available. You know, when we're talking about willful killing or intentionally directing attacks against the civilian population, some of the evidence that ICJP alone has collected has spoken to entire families being killed, entire generations, attacks on aid workers, and the use of white phosphorus, which clearly violates those principles of distinction and proportionality, and so many more examples. The same goes with intentionally directing attacks against civilian property as well, with attacks against bakeries and farms and schools, you know, locations that are clearly for civilian use and cannot be deemed to be for military advantage. The same goes as well with the crime of starvation used as a method of warfare, and the blockade on aid and aid that's necessary to survival getting into Gaza. The evidence that's publicly available by itself is enormous, and it's very compelling as well. We've heard some of it already, but details about this aid causing malnourishment, starvation, shortage of medical supplies that is causing the spread of infections, preventable diseases, and causing great suffering by those patients who aren't able to get the care that they need. So that is just the evidence from one organization that's collecting, and you can imagine that there are so many others that have submitted evidence to the prosecution as well. So where does that leave us? I think what we've heard today is a lot of very justifiable concern about the delays that we've seen in international justice and about the fact that there's been a disrespect for those fundamental principles that we've talked about that underline the crimes that are within the Rome Statute, that there's been concern about the fact that there hasn't been unanimous outcry or accountability for the offenses. And I think it's very justifiable to acknowledge that there's been a loss in faith in international law, a loss in trust that needs to be rebuilt, and that international law for so many people has failed them. But what I would encourage going forward is that we acknowledge that that's the reality, but we don't reject international law, we don't discard it. Because what underlines it, those principles of protection for civilians, is fundamentally what's right. And when conflict can't be avoided, it's those rules that have made or attempt to make conflict more humane and to try to protect civilians. So instead, what I think needs to happen at the moment is a recommitment to international law, to the rule of law, to equal protection under the law, and to supporting the processes of courts like the International Criminal Court or the ICJ, which we're going to hear about in a little bit, that while we can encourage those courts to move forward expeditiously and urgently because of all the goals that justice brings, like deterrence and justice and accountability, that we also support that the courts move forward independently, impartially, that they're able to do their work without interference, without threats, and that we have a strong commitment to international law and those underlying principles. So I'm going to stop there and move on.
Thank you very much. And I'm so happy to see, actually, despite all challenges, the supporters of the rule-based order and believers of international law are persistent in pursuing global justice. Let me just give you brief information about what we did actually, before the ICC. We actually had submitted our complaint petition consisting of 3 folders in the beginning, and later on we put 5 more folders, especially against women and children with the ICC prosecutor's office. And all these, folders of information, documents and evidence actually that are related to the genocide, crimes against humanity and war crimes under this Rome Statute and Geneva Conventions. But unfortunately, in one account, the prosecutor did not put actually his claims before the ICC, which is genocide. I mean, the war crimes and crimes against humanity. He mentioned something, mass atrocities, but that's not, genocide. But in any case, again, I mean, we expect also the pretrial chamber to evaluate the application and the evidence or other information and issue an arrest warrant as soon as possible without any delay. Just they did it, in the Russian case. But again, I mean, I believe this Israelis impunity for it is war crimes and crimes against humanity and genocide is primarily due to the global powers' perception of impunity. So I think this, to eliminate this perception as lawyers, especially, these international courts like ICC, ICJ, must not only issue judicial decisions, but the global system must swiftly enforce these decisions and punish those responsible. Now, we'd like to move to Vicente Palacio, Foreign Policy Director of
Fundación Alternativas. If I may
Madrid.
finish. Thank you very much. It's a think tank based in Madrid. Thank you very much. First of all, thank you very much to the organizers, the AK party. And this is my first time in Turkey, in Ankara as well. And I appreciate very much your warm welcome and the opportunity to share some ideas with my colleagues here. They are brilliant minds here sit on this place. What follows is just a few remarks on the political and the diplomatic initiatives and reflections that could help to strengthen also the path towards justice and peace in the Middle East and more specifically on Palestine. And from the perspective of European, of a Spanish, who in his former life worked for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Spain, and I act also as a political assistant for the current High Representative of the Foreign Policy of the EU, Josep Borrell. So I know how difficult it is to gather wills and purpose in order to build up some peace, which is, I think, is most important. First of all, as you know, the EU story in this dossier of Palestine, we know already almost everything. It's a story of contradictions, of shortfalls, double standards, and impossible dilemmas to solve regarding the Palestinian issue. Initially, the response of the EU to the crisis has been unavoidably contradictory. We supported Israel's right to self-defense, while at the same time we urged Israel to respect humanitarian international law, which is quite difficult taking into account how extreme is this government in Israel right now. So it was an impossible task, as we have seen, unfortunately, these days. And yes, the European Council has released common positions on everything. At the level of the declaration, it's fine. Condemnations, declarations for the right of self-defense, also the need for humanitarian corridors in the Gaza Strip. But no serious attempts have been made to stop the massacre in Gaza. No sanctions, no consensus on arms embargoes, no consensus on revision of trade agreements with Israel, nothing. As you know, there are different kinds of types of groups and types of countries regarding the Palestinian issue right now. We have the Germans, the Austrians, the Hungarians, who are strong supporters of Israel's right to self-defense, and they consider the notion of restraining as unthinkable in practical terms right now. There's nothing that can stop this government, and so there's not much thing that we can do. Spain and Ireland or Slovenia have advanced a two-state solution by recognizing Palestine, which is good. In other countries, including Spain, or very recently France, UK, have imposed limited or light arms embargoes to exports to Israel. Well, EU is foreign policy is in the making. We Europeans know that this is a process. This is an interaction between the member states, the council, the high representative, the parliament. So there's a sort of mess. So the outcome now has not been very optimal. But what is at stake? Coming back to the points that Salman and Michael made, I think that the Spain government, and I have to defend this position, we, as a country that has a special sensibility towards the Middle East and the Palestinian thing, and also a country which is calls itself a friend of Israel, or at least a friend of the peace camp in Israel, no matter how weak it's weakened in the last years. We know that this crisis is a major test for the EU capacity to save what is left of the international order. So what is at stake here is not only peace and prosperity and fair solution to the Palestinian thing in the Middle East. What is at stake here is the possibility of having an international order for the next 20 years or 30 years. And one of the reasons why is because if we don't abide by the international law, if we don't respect international humanitarian law, we are not respecting our own values, and this is the end of the European Union as such. It's the end of also of the international community as such. So just a few words on the role of Spain within the EU. On October 7th, right after Spain has condemned Hamas terrorist attack in Gaza and has asked for the immediate release of the Israeli hostages. Yes. But of course, we knew that all the situation, as you mentioned, this is long due to a structural situation which lasts for decades, and we are pretty aware of that. So that's why Prime Minister Sanchez was the first European leader to call for a permanent ceasefire. I remember this morning your Turkish Foreign Minister Fidan saying that, well, there was no consensus in saying with the Europeans and others to call for a ceasefire at the beginning of the crisis. And now we already have that consensus, but Spain has led that position. And yes, we have recognized the state of Palestine in May 2024. This dates back to a resolution in the Spanish Parliament of 2014, which gathered the consensus of the right and the left spectrum. And yes, we have asked for the launch of massive humanitarian aid to the population of Gaza and the support for the UN Agency for the Refugees, the UNRWA, which is very important right now. And by the way, the UNRWA acts not only in Gaza, but also in Lebanon and in Syria. And yes, our position was basically relies on 3 points: the humanitarian thing, a medium and long-term social and political economic reconstruction for Gaza, so the need to form a unified Palestinian government, reunify the political spectrum in Palestine, so which is a very complicated thing. But also, thirdly, to advance a political solution. And this political solution is the classic formula, Michael, which is, yes, the two-state solution and the holding of a peace conference. We do know there is a lot of skepticism on this. So what's the difference? What's the difference with the past? Well, if Oslo process failed, if so many countries, including Arab countries, right, use the government, use the Palestinian thing as a pretext, the two-state solution as a pretext for inaction. So why should it work now? And yes, this is an open question. But this is the bet of the Spanish government, the Irish, the Slovenians. We do think that the Arab governments, the Islamic governments, the Turkish governments, the Jordan governments I heard this morning, all you are not cynical on this. We do believe that this time is different, that the scale of destruction, of violence, of the danger, the jeopardizing of the international order is so big, is so huge that we have to come back to the more rational solution, which is rational, which is the only viable solution, because the other solutions we have to rule out, the binational, the other solutions, I don't think they work. This time is different because we have learned lessons, and the Jordan Minister of Foreign Affairs explained this morning what is the plan that we have to implement right now. This is not time for negotiating, renegotiating, and talk for 20 years. It's time to implement what we know, and we know all the things that have to implement it in terms of land, in terms of refugees, in terms of economic aid, in terms of respecting of humanitarian international law, etc. And yes, this time should be different. And in this regard, however, I would share with Michael this idea that we have to extend the outreach to the dark side of this story. And I call it dark side because in the European and Brussels, it is a taboo when talking about the future role of Hamas, political branch, of the Hezbollah, or the different positions of the different scenarios that we'll have in Iran, in Tehran. And I think it's very important that we think and we extend the outreach, and we do together, Europeans and Arab Islamic countries, work together to extend the outreach to the other side, because I insist this other side, seen from Brussels, okay, and from the European capitals, is very important, because we can't do it alone, obviously, unilaterally. This is nonsense. This is not going to work. I will just to finish, emphasizing the opportunity that we have, the Turkish government and the Turkish civil society and the Spanish civil society, many European citizens, we are hundreds of thousands, millions, who support this idea, this rational idea of the two-state solution. And I think that it's an opportunity. We have an opportunity now for the EU and Spain to build upon Turkey's leadership in this issue. I think there is a kind of momentum right now that we have to take advantage of it. As we know, Ankara's commitment to peace and stability, because at the end nobody is interested in having, a crackdown or on Israel, and we don't want to escalate a regional war. Nobody's interested in this. And let's be honest, and let's be prudent as well. Let's be human. Let's think in terms for the humanity of the people in Gaza and other places. Thank you very much.
I thank our friends from Fundación Alternativas from Madrid. And we also thank Spain, actually being very supportive to stop of Palestinian sufferings, and being one of the countries to intervene in the genocide case before the ICJ. So we really thank our Spanish friends. But let me say also this, by strengthening our commitment to the principles of international law, we have to strive towards a future where dialogue and diplomacy prevail over conflict and chaos. Now, let me turn to my friend Victor Katan. Victor Katan, lecturer in international public law at the University of Nottingham. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and good evening. It's a great pleasure to have this opportunity to address you all today. I'd like to begin by thanking the AK Party Department for Foreign Affairs and Human Rights for putting together this very important and timely event. A special thanks to Bekir Ilan for organizing the logistics, and Hasran Basri Yalcin for inviting me, and Cüneyt Yüksel for chairing this panel. So I'm going to return the discussion to the legal issues that Heidi just discussed. And I'm going to address 3 issues. The first is the recent advisory opinion that was delivered by the International Court of Justice on the 19th of July this year on the prolonged occupation. But I'm going to focus specifically on what the International Court said about systemic discrimination / apartheid with reference to Article 3 of the International Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination, otherwise known as CERD. So I'll be referring to CERD occasionally. That's the convention I'm referring to. The second issue that I'm going to address are some recent developments inside Israel and occupied Palestine, which will further entrench the already existing discrimination. And this includes the establishment of a new settlement administration that is headed by Bezalel Smotrich, the finance minister, who is the head of the far-right religious Zionism party. I'll go into a bit more detail, but they've established this new civilian unit within the military administration. It's a very, very important development, and I think it has been reported in the news, but it's been glossed over because of obviously what's happening in Gaza and Lebanon. It's been catching the headlines, but it shows a clear indication to change the infrastructure of the occupation into a formal system of annexation and discrimination. And then the third issue I want to address is the recent resolution adopted by the United Nations General Assembly following the advisory opinion. And one of its recommendations was to ask the United Nations Secretary General to establish a mechanism to follow up on the violations of Article 3 of CERD. So this is a reference to United Nations bodies that were established to end apartheid in South Africa during the Cold War. And we heard Michael and Salman refer to apartheid. So these were, and colonialism. So these were institutions established by global South states to end racial discrimination in South Africa. And the suggestion is to repurpose, to re-establish these institutions with a focus on Israeli practices. So let me begin with the first point, which is a recent advisory opinion. As you all know, the International Court of Justice, which is distinct to the International Criminal Court, is the principal judicial organ of the United Nations. And in one important finding, it observed that the legislation and measures that had been adopted by the Israeli government and which segregated the settler and Palestinian communities in East Jerusalem and the West Bank constituted a breach of Article 3 of CERD, which refers, and I quote, to practices of racial segregation and apartheid, end quote. Now, this is a very important development because it's the first time that the International Court of Justice has made an apartheid finding outside the context of Southern Africa. And in making this finding, the International Court also provided an authoritative factual description of discrimination in occupied Palestine, which could have a bearing on the assessment of facts that are crucial to international criminal investigations, whether these take place before domestic courts or before the International Criminal Court that Heidi addressed. Now, it's true that the court was a little bit evasive in its assessment of, in its use of the word apartheid. The word apartheid only finds expression when it refers to Article 3. However, when you look, what the court chose to do was to use this expression, systemic discrimination, as a synonym for the word apartheid. Obviously, there was disagreement amongst, I suspect, Global North and Global South judges on the bench. But have no doubt about it, the word systematically or systemic is particularly associated with crimes against humanity. So when you look at the definition of the crime against humanity of apartheid in the 1973 Apartheid Convention, or whether you look at the definition of the crime of apartheid in the Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court, you'll notice this constant reference to systematic crimes, widespread and systematic. And the definition also appears in the definition of apartheid itself. So in other words, what I'm saying is that the International Court opted to describe an apartheid system, but without expressly qualifying it as such. Having said that, 4 of the judges, the Lebanese judge Salam, the South African judge Tladi, the Brazilian judge Brandt, and even the German judge Nolte, addressed the issue of the crime of apartheid in depth in their separate opinions, including the definition of apartheid as a crime against humanity. And I'll just, if we take, for example, I'll just quote Judge Tladi of South Africa, who said the following. He said, if we compare the policies of the South African regime with the practices of Israel in the occupied territories, it is impossible not to come to the conclusion that they are similar, end quote. And as a black South African who grew up in a Bantustan, which he expressly mentions in his opinion, he would know. Okay, I will now address my second point, which is recent developments inside Israel and occupied Palestine, which affirm this finding. So on the 29th of May, 3 weeks before the International Court delivered its advisory opinion, the Guardian newspaper in the United Kingdom published a story about an order, a military order that was posted by the Israel Defense Forces, or the Israel Occupying Army, on its website, which expressly transferred responsibility for the issuance of dozens of bylaws at the civil administration. So this is the civil body that administers daily Palestinian life in the West Bank. And so it transferred the ability to issue these bylaws from the military, from military soldiers whose job is to do this, to officials at a new governmental institution called the Settlement Administration that is led by Smotrich, who has this double hat as finance minister and second minister at the defense ministry. So this is super important, it's very significant, because this administration, which has about 25 civil servants working for it, has been given direct authority over Palestinian affairs, including the enforcement of planning and building laws, as well as managing all land-related matters such as land seizure, declaring state lands, etc. The establishment of this new administration is a clear signal that the West Bank has been annexed. So everyone is saying, oh, they're going to annex the West Bank. You're all expecting some kind of, I don't know, some kind of document or waving the flag, and this will be annexation. They've already done it, right? In transferring these laws to treat the West Bank as though it's part of Israel proper, it is annexed. So what this means is that this civilian administration, as opposed to the army, is obligated by definition and pursuant to this law to promote the interests of the State of Israel and its citizens, and is not obliged to concern itself with the interests of the Palestinian population. So this will lead to the further entrenchment of 2 distinct regimes in the West Bank. A superior regime for Jews that mirrors exactly how Jews live in Israel, in Tel Aviv, the same laws, the same administrative laws, the same rights, but for Jews, depending on the ID card they hold, and an inferior regime for Palestinians. Now, unfortunately, this development came too late to be considered by the International Court of Justice, because it came at the end of May and June, and the pleadings had already ended in February. But it clearly intends that the government is going to apply different rules and regulations and to make this regime permanent. And so I would, had the court been made aware of this earlier, I suspect that more of them would have been more explicit about the applicability of the Apartheid Convention rather than relying solely on CERD. Okay, my third point. In light of this, in light of the advisory opinion, on the 19th of September, the United Nations General Assembly, in an emergency special session, adopted a resolution that, among many things, including calling for sanctions and embargoes and the like, also requested that the United Nations Secretary General, in consultation with the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, to present proposals for the establishment of a mechanism, so basically to create an anti-apartheid body. And this is it was vaguely drafted because there's several options that the Palestinian United Nations office can consider. This includes re-establishing the Apartheid Convention's treaty monitoring body, which was known as the Group of Three and was active from 1978 until 1995 when apartheid was dismantled and it was suspended, but it could be re-established. Or it might refer to re-establishing the Anti-Apartheid Committee, which was created by the United Nations General Assembly in the 1960s with a specific focus on South Africa at the time, but obviously the idea is to focus on Israel. Now, the difference between these two bodies is that the treaty monitoring body only met 5 days a year, so its effect was limited to interpreting its obligations in the treaty, whereas the Anti-Apartheid Committee was a permanent body. So it existed permanently, and it arranged conferences, seminars, it arranged studies on sanctions, on how to tighten the sanctions against apartheid South Africa, how to enforce the arms embargo. It was a forum mostly comprised of global South states because, as many of you know, some countries like my own, the United Kingdom, supported apartheid South Africa to the bitter end. But it still played a very important role in collectively getting those countries who wanted to end apartheid in South Africa to coordinate and work together. So these are the options they're considering with a focus on Israel. So to conclude, the appointment of Smotrich, who is a Jewish supremacist, and he doesn't hide it, as the head of a new settlement administration is a significant development in entrenching a regime of Jewish supremacy and apartheid. And the minister has been explicit in his views. In a document titled The Decisive Plan from the year 2017, he claimed, and I quote, "We can impose Israeli sovereignty on all the territories of Judea and Samaria," that's the West Bank, "without granting the Arabs living there the immediate right to vote for the Knesset, Israel's legislature, and still remain a democracy," end quote. You cannot get a clearer expression of apartheid than that. And I think that also speaks to what Salman was saying about the relationship between liberalism and apartheid and colonialism. So my final words are, while we rightly focus on what is happening in Gaza and in Lebanon and beyond, we should also be paying close attention to the long-term institutional changes that are being quietly implemented by Israel in the occupied West Bank and which are intended to be permanent. For when the guns fall silent, it is clear that Palestinians will be subjected to a discriminatory regime that is even more severe than what they have had to endure so far, as if it could get any worse. The million-dollar question is, what is the world going to do about it? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Victor. Thank you. Really, what you said about apartheid is really the advisory opinion, especially, also I think emphasized the great importance as it reaffirms the fact that Israel is an occupier of Palestinian territories by the highest judiciary authority, which is International Court of Justice. And the ICJ there also has established that Israel's ongoing occupation, settlement, and annexation practices in the occupied Palestinian territories, including East Jerusalem, violate international law. And actually, apartheid is the worst regime. And there's another example, not just South Africa, but Rhodesia, probably, you know, Rhodesia.
and the world put end to Rhodesia. You know, it became Zimbabwe after that. So Israel is there, I think, you know, and registered by this court decision. And the UN General Assembly and Security Council also, the ICJ gave them their homework in a way that they should take additional measures as soon as possible to end the occupation, which of course they are not able to do it. And I think also the ICJ's advisory opinion indicates that the legal struggles to halt Israelis' violations and hold perpetrators accountable is beginning to yield some results, aiming to mobilize international courts and organizations in support of Palestine, particularly by Turkey and other countries backing Palestine. So thank you very much for your presentation. And now we turn to Ihsan Adel, international lawyer, to address rethinking legal responses to Israel's unlawful occupation of Palestine. Please, the floor is yours.
Yes, okay. So thank you so much for inviting me to this important and timely conference. I would like to extend my appreciation to the organizing committee, the AK party, to the attendees. And indeed, it's a difficult task to speak the latest after the prominent speakers and after like a long conference day, but like I trust and appreciate your kindness and patience in being here and like giving me your attention. So in my presentation, I will discuss organizing, addressing, and responding to the Israeli unlawful occupation as a form of aggression, particularly in light of the International Court of Justice advisory opinion that my colleagues mentioned that deemed the occupation unlawful. So I will first examine the legal basis for classifying this occupation as an act of aggression, followed by an exploration of why this clarification or this classification is important and significant. I will then address the lack of an adequate international response to this legal and factual reality and conclude by outlining the necessary actions needed. So before delving into these 4 key points, I want to highlight the recent warning issued by 39 UN experts just a week or 2 ago. They raised concerns about the international community inadequate response even 2 months after the ICJ advisory opinion, warning that the edifice of international law stands upon a knife's edge if not concrete action is taken. I will explain why. Why this is now a matter of a global community as a whole demanding that we act accordingly. So first, again, I will explain why the Israeli occupation constitutes an act of aggression under international law. In its advisory opinion, the ICJ highlighted that the occupation involves the ongoing use of force in foreign territory. This use of force must adhere to what is known as the jus ad bellum principles of international law. This is, again, what the court said. So any violation of the prohibition on the use or threat of force, such as the Israeli occupation, the Israeli unlawful occupation, amounts to aggression. According to the UN General Assembly definition of aggression and Article 8 bis of the Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court, illegal occupation and annexation are forms of aggression. In its advisory opinion, the ICJ concluded that the Israeli ongoing annexation, assertion of permanent control, and obstruction of Palestinian self-determination violate core principles of international law. These actions, according to the court, go beyond the scope of mere occupation, rendering the Israeli presence in Palestine unlawful in breach of the Article 2.4 of the UN Charter, which prohibits the use of force against the territorial integrity of any state. Based on previous General Assembly resolutions, 3 conditions can be identified for determining when an occupation constitutes an aggression. First, violation of territorial integrity. Second, denial of self-determination. Third, hostile, unprovoked presence marked by permanent foreign control, loss of life, destruction, or displacement. Clearly, according to the ICJ advisory opinion, these conditions are clearly met in the Israeli occupation of Palestine, fulfilling the criteria of aggression. What worth to be mentioned here is that the UN General Assembly itself has already categorized Israeli occupation as aggression in the 1980s, calling for immediate withdrawal. However, this categorization by the General Assembly has not been applied in the context of Palestine since then, particularly following the start of the so-called peace process, which has failed dramatically. Moreover, UN Special Rapporteur, current UN Special Rapporteur, Francesca Albanese, has said clearly that the Israeli occupation is an acquisitive act, making it an act of aggression. Now the question, why this classification matters, and why thus the ICJ advisory opinion marks a significant turning point. First, it is both a factual and legal matter. The illegal occupation, by its nature, qualifies as aggression. When the ICJ concluded the Israeli presence in Palestine is unlawful occupation, it equated it with unlawful use of force, meaning aggression. Second, and more importantly, the prohibition of aggression is at the very core of the international legal order and system established after the world wars. It's one of the gravest crimes in international law and cannot be justified by security concerns. Its commission constitutes a threat to international peace and security, and the ICJ has repeatedly emphasized that the ongoing Israeli occupation threatens international peace and security. Moreover, aggression brings individual criminal responsibility under the Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court. As a result, the international law calls for an immediate, collective, and decisive response to end the aggression. But the reality is that the international legal system failure, particularly by states, to recognize Israeli ongoing aggression and enforce the rule of law has allowed the aggression to persist. This brings us to a crucial juncture, the urgent need to rethink the application of international law. First, states and all other actors, including civil society and academic institutions, must recognize and address this prolonged and unlawful occupation as aggression. Second, the resistance of the people under occupation and aggression, when in line with international law, is legitimate and should not be criminalized. The prosecution of such resistance by the occupying forces must be rejected, as was affirmed by the General Assembly in the 70s and 80s of the previous century. Third, states and different actors must stop framing this as only a humanitarian crisis. While the humanitarian crisis is indeed one of its outcomes, but describing it in this way, even unintentionally, can be misleading. This is aggression, an act that undermines the very foundations of the international system. In the same context, calls for negotiations are equally misleading, as they frame the aggression as a dispute to be resolved through a dialogue between the parties. But indeed, this would be a call to negotiate the illegal. What is needed instead is to call for Israeli immediate and unconditional withdrawal, as rightly affirmed by the ICJ when it said that the Israeli occupation must end as rapidly as possible, unconditional. And this is also what the UN General Assembly affirmed in its recent resolution after the ICJ advisory opinion. Fifth, aggression is violation erga omnes, meaning all states are obliged to act, whether through the UN, but also individually, or through regional groups and institutions. This requires concrete measures, including sanctions, halting diplomatic relations, and invoking universal jurisdiction for crimes of aggression. States must also ensure accountability at home, holding individuals and businesses responsible for supporting or aiding the aggression. This also includes those with dual nationality who serves in the Israeli, or what is called the Israeli Defense, IDF, the Israeli army in West Bank and Gaza. And the important thing here is that I want to emphasize the role of political parties, local, regional, and international civil society, and academic institutions. It's a vital role in this regard. And I want to recall what Richard Falk described as a militant form of solidarity. There is a need for a militant form of solidarity to build political will among nations to mount an effective challenge. To conclude with, the lesson from Gaza is clear. Delayed justice is no justice. The failure to halt Israeli aggression has prolonged Palestinian suffering and threatens the international legal order. The time for decisive action is now, and I hope that Turkey, along with the other states represented here, and those committed to justice and international law, can lead this much-needed process. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ihsan. Now, being the last is, of course, I mean, there is an advantage because it's an open end. I know we're going to finish in a few minutes, but since the name of the conference was on the future of Palestine, I think in the future, the restructuring of the international order and making it more effective will play a critical role in finding a just solution to the Palestinian issue. So it is essential actually for the international community and for all of us to take deterrent steps against Israel's occupation policies through collective action, and as this will establish respect for human rights as a fundamental principle. I think additionally, we need to convey the legitimate demands of the Palestinian people to the global public more forcefully. And one maybe solution, I don't know if it's a solution or not, but the global world or order did it in 1950. So when the Council, Security Council, as you know, which has the primary responsibility for maintaining international peace and security, right now is clearly dysfunctional. So where law, diplomacy, and dialogue end, I think
as our president stated in the United Nations General Assembly, the General Assembly bears a historic responsibility to maintain international peace and security. If the Security Council does not demonstrate the necessary will, the authority of the General Assembly to recommend the use of force as it was outlined in 1950 Uniting for Peace resolution. I think that should be swiftly activated. And at that time, 1950, Turkey was one of the states that drafted the Uniting for Peace resolution in 1950. And now Turkey will continue to support any steps that can be taken towards that end. And let me say this, concluding remarks. Turkey stands alongside the Palestinian people in all this process, actively working for the application of international law and the protection of human rights. And Turkey's recent involvement in the genocide case at the ICJ, it is proactive stance in the formation of the advisory opinion we mentioned here, and the measures taken as well as its applications and follow-up at the ICC are significant steps aimed at mobilizing the international community. And this conference also, I thank our parties, Foreign Relations Department and Human Rights Department, and I also thank all of the participants and speakers. Thank you very much. We're not going to take any question because we extended our time, so thank you again.
Right, so much to talk about, so little time, such little time rather. Mr. Yüksel, thank you so much for that panel discussion, and of course to our esteemed guests, thank you so much for being with us here today, traveling to Ankara, the capital of Turkey, and sharing all that valuable information with the conference. Today we've discussed the prospects for peace, what the future may hold for the Palestinian people and their right to statehood. We've discussed the humanitarian angle, legal angle, political angle, and ultimately the steps that need to be taken towards achieving a free Palestine once and for all. I'd like to thank again all of our speakers and our panelists for their time and knowledge, and everyone who joined us here to listening to us at this conference. Thank you so much. Until we meet again, have a great evening.
Thanks again. It was very late time, but anyway, for your patience.